Good morning, everybody. We were going to be starting the show in just about a minute, so please settle down and you can scan the QR code on the screen if you want an overview of the program. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Climate Hack 2024's Pitch Day. Now, my name is Rabab, and I'm honored to be your MC today. Climate Hack is a virtual program jointly organized by the Singapore International Foundation, Action for Change in Southeast Asia, Kidstarter, and Temporary Local. And it aims to bring together individuals from across Asia to tap on technology and innovate for climate change. Now, the program kicked off in September 2024, and after months of hard work, our shortlisted teams are here today to pitch their solutions to our esteemed panel of judges. This will earn them an opportunity to visit Singapore on a learning journey. Now, it's so great to have all of you joining us today as we welcome the efforts and the achievements of all the participants, the teams, the volunteers, and the partners. So to kick things off, we have a special message from Mr. Gerald Chan, who is the Executive Director of the Programs Division team at Singapore International Foundation. So let's hear from Gerald in this short pre-recorded message.
Esteemed judges, Climate Hack participants, partners and friends, good morning. Welcome to the Singapore International Foundation's Climate Hack Pitch Day. Let me begin with my heartiest congratulations to each and everyone here for your dedication, creativity, and collaboration in tackling one of the greatest challenges of our time, climate change. Climate change knows no boundaries. It affects every nation, every community, every individual. And the solutions to this crisis must be just as interconnected as the problem itself. Your ideas and innovations give us hope for a more sustainable future. At the SIF, we believe that global challenges require global solutions. I'm heartened to see that many of our Climate Hack teams comprise members from different countries, allowing you to leverage on diverse skills and experiences to turn ideas into solutions that can help address environmental issues in the real world. Technology, innovation, and international collaboration hold immense power in shaping a more sustainable future. Today, we look forward to hearing about tech-driven solutions to address challenges in areas such as natural resource management, land use, transport, waste management, and ecological economics. We hope we have helped you in your journey with the workshops and mentorship you have received from leading industry experts. We are honored to have an esteemed panel of judges who will assess your pitches based on its creativity and persuasiveness and evaluate the impact and feasibility of each solution. The People's Choice Award will also allow the audience present to vote for their favorite team. The winning teams of Climate Hack 2024 will join a learning journey to Singapore, where they will have an opportunity to learn about the Singapore Green Plan 2030, a whole-of-nation movement to advance Singapore's national agenda on sustainable development. As part of our mission to build ecosystems for a better world, Climate Hack is an opportunity to bring people together to harness the power of technology and strengthen the regional response to climate change. It is not just a competition. It is a platform for collaboration and collective action. Let me also use this opportunity to share with you exciting news. The SIF will be launching a new program for youth empowerment and cross-generational exchange in October this year in Singapore. At this youth summit, we will convene change makers to catalyze purposeful action in harnessing disruption and addressing global challenges. We invite you to visit Singapore and join us at this summit. Do keep a lookout for more information. Before we hear from the teams, I would like to extend our gratitude to our program partners, XC, Kidstarter, and Temporary Local. Thank you for believing in the power of collaboration to make meaningful change. My heartfelt appreciation also goes out to all our volunteer trainers and mentors who have contributed their time and expertise to guide our participants. They comprise volunteers from our partners, DataKind SG, Cognizant, and the 1 Hour Project. Over past months, they have guided more than 300 youths from 27 countries in digital proficiencies and problem-solving skill sets, entrepreneurial thinking, and how they can best present and market their ideas. Last but not least, to our esteemed judges, we are grateful for your time, expertise, and commitment to nurturing the next generation of climate innovators. The time you have taken to share your insights and expertise will shape the solutions of tomorrow. To our Climate Hack participants, this is just the beginning of your journey as change makers. Do continue to leverage the skills that you have learned and the networks that you have formed to drive meaningful change in Asia and beyond. I look forward to the brighter future that you have created together. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Gerald, for the very useful insights into our shared goals and the challenges that we are here to tackle today. Next up, I would like to invite Si Ting, who is the founder of Kidstarter, to give her opening remarks. Si Ting, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today is the day. After days of problem solving, refining ideas, and late night brainstorming sessions, we have arrived at Pitch Day, the moment where bold solutions meet real world impact. This is where your hard work, your creativity, and your vision take center stage. Now, to every young innovator, problem solver, and change maker in this room, you are the reason we are all here. Your courage to challenge the status quo, your determination to seek solutions where others see obstacles, and your passion for a more sustainable Asia are exactly what the world needs right now. And in total, we have ran 7 workshops along with 44 volunteers over the past 5 months. Now, first, I want to take a moment to acknowledge each and every one of you. The fact that you are here today means you have done something extraordinary. You have taken an idea, something that started as a question, a frustration, or a what if, and you have turned it into a solution. And that itself is already a success. Climate Hack isn't about brainstorming solutions. It's about proving that solutions exist and they all start with us. Now, we all know that climate change is not some distant threat. It is here and it is urgent. From floods to droughts, From rising sea levels to disappearing biodiversity, our planet is sending us signals. But today, every one of you here are sending a signal back. You are not waiting for change, and you are creating it. You are not waiting for a permission to lead because you are already leading. Each pitch today represents more than just a product or a technology. It represents a possibility. It represents a belief that innovation isn't limited to boardrooms, that fresh idea can challenge entire industries, and that Asia's future will be shaped by the bold, action-driven thinkers sitting right here in this room. Now, I know many of you are feeling a mix of emotions right now, excitement, nerve, and maybe a little bit of imposter syndrome. And that's a good thing. It means that you care. It means that you believe what you're about to present. I want you to remember this, that every major innovation started as an idea that someone was brave enough to share. And the technologies we rely on today, the sustainable solutions that are transforming industry, they all started with a pitch just like yours. Now, I want to applaud everyone for the time, effort, creativity, courage to collaborate with someone that you have met across the world, who share your same vision as you. It's been an honor to witness your journey, and I want to remind everyone that your progress isn't about getting it right the first time. It's about having the courage to keep going. So whether today you walked away with an award, a great partnership, or simply a great feedback, this is not the end of your journey. The best solution in the world didn't start perfect. They started with a team, a pitch, and a room of people who are willing to listen. And that's exactly what you have today. Some of the solutions you pitch today might become the next big innovation. And some might need more refining, more research, and more collaboration. But no matter what, you are further than ahead of many people who only talk about the change. You are actually creating it. So as you take the stage, own your story. Show us not just a problem, but your vision for what's possible. Help us to see the future through your lens and through your eyes, because at the end of the day, sustainable solutions gain traction not just because of their potential, but the people that is behind the team. I can't wait to hear your ideas. I can't wait to see the impact that you will make, not just today, but in the months and the years ahead. It's your time to shine now, and let's do this.
All right, thank you so much, Si Ting. That was a very encouraging start. I would now like to introduce our esteemed panel of judges. Now, they bring a wealth of experience in technology, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. So first up, we have Sandra Lim, who's the president at Virion, which is a behavioral research and policy consulting firm. Next up, we have Carla Gomez, from Climate and Sustainability Specialist at UNDP Global Center for Technology, Innovation, and Sustainable Development. Next up, we have Ratri Maria, who is the founder and CEO of Changemaker Asia and chapter lead at DataKind Singapore. And last but not the least, we have Ibnur Rashad, who is the Chief Foresight Officer of Guild Asia, which is an invention studio. Now, thank you so much all for being here today and sharing your expertise to this pitching event. Now, the 4 judges will be evaluating the team's pitches based on the following criteria: innovation and creativity, impact, sustainability, presentation and persuasion, as well as teamwork and collaboration. But that's not all, because we're not just letting the judges have all the fun. We also want to hear from you, our audience. So from 13th to 21st February, teaser videos of the 10 shortlisted teams were posted on Singapore International Foundation's Instagram for the public to vote. If you have missed that, fret not, as today we will have live voting, which will constitute 70% of it. So here's how you can participate. At the end of all the teams' presentations today, we will be sharing a QR code and a link to cast your vote for your favorite pitch to win the People's Choice Award. So please stay tuned for that. And the People's Choice Award, along with our top 3 scoring teams, will receive the opportunity to visit Singapore on a fully funded learning journey to explore innovative initiatives for climate change. So with all of that said, let's move on to the highlight of today's event, which are the pitches. So our teams have been working very hard to prepare for this day, and now it's time for them to share their climate solutions with all of us over here. So here's how it's going to go. Each team will have 3 minutes to present, followed by a 5 minutes Q&A by the judges. And feel free to drop any questions that you may have here in the chat box, because we may as well ask those later on. After that, our judges will share some quick feedback before we move on to the next team. So let's jump right in. To kick things off, our first team is known as Groundworks. This team is all about collecting used coffee grounds via an app to create eco-friendly utensils. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from our first team, Groundworks. All the best.
Good morning. Coffee. Coffee became more than just a drink. Cramming for a presentation, hanging out with friends, first dates. It became society's fuel for that much-needed productivity boost. It became a glue that brings us together over drinks. We love our coffee. And this is especially true to our Filipino friends. Philippines is one of the Asian countries who loves coffee over tea. Recent growth of coffee culture in the country, especially for the younger urban demographics, reflected changing consumer behavior. The cafe industry is booming. In Metro Manila alone, on average, cafes produce 30,000 kilograms of coffee ground waste in a single day. But the Philippines has a huge problem with waste segregation. The urban landscape and current consumption practices doesn't allow much room for composting. So imagine thousands upon thousands of unutilized coffee grounds are being straight dumped to overwhelmed landfills. Our ultimate mission in Groundworks is to efficiently collect these pipe products and cycle them back into functional items like Sips to Sporks. Sips to Sporks repurpose coffee grounds into eco-friendly utensils. Its efficient collection will be made possible by a tracking and collection system, accessed through web and mobile. If you're familiar with Grab or Foodpanda, it will utilize the same principles. Participating cafes can request a waste collection order, and our system will group individual requests into batches. Then, it will suggest the most efficient collection route and pickup schedule for Groundwork staffs who are ideally hailing from our vulnerable and marginalized sectors. The system will also serve as a tracker of the total amount collected and a visual verification for transparency and accountability of the recycling process. In exchange for their coffee grounds, we'll actively promote participating cafes in our marketing and social awareness channels. Our solution brings holistic impact. It eases the burden on Philippine landfills by reducing the amount of waste and subsequent costs in its disposal, and ultimately drive long-term positive consumer behavior. When we extend the lifespan and function of our coffee, we reduce what we take in the environment. In fact, based on our survey, businesses and consumers are very much willing to make all of this happen. With enough community and policy support, research, and resources, the possibility is endless. More collection points, partners, manpower, more product offering. In the future, our initiative transforms coffee more than sporks. Groundworks will start small. But like Sips to Sporks will show how everyday items can be added in a sustainable supply chain and grow towards a positive cultural shift and behavioral change in the long run. This will show how our beloved coffee is not only an energy drink nor a social glue, but can also be a huge sustainable solution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Groundworks, for that wonderful start to the pitches. It was very, very good to hear from you guys. So, judges, do we have any questions? All right, Sandra, let's hear from you.
Hi, thanks for a brilliant presentation. I just want to know the biggest thing of actually the whole circular economy. Could you explain a bit more? How do you make sure in terms of the process chain, especially from the supply to all this is actually done to actually avoid being a process problem at the end, to make sure that that is actually properly in terms of segregation and all those is actually done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sandra. Jello will answer that question.
Hello, good morning, Ma'am Sandra. It is a great honor for us to further elaborate our proposed solution through your question. So in order for us to prevent further or inducing problem as part of our solution is that the businesses where where we outsource the inputs, the coffee grounds, they can be the one who will also use our product, the spork. So on their end, on their coffee shops, they can buy our products at a discounted cost. Also, as part of our promotion for that, there are 2 tiers for our web-based platform for marketing. So it could add another boost to their business in such a way that they are just not they are not just giving out their trash, their waste, but also they are practicing circular economy. So further, to further address the problem on the waste of the sporks, because after the coffee shops utilize the sporks, it could be turned into waste. So with that, we are planning to partner with the local government unit of the Quezon City, our initial project site, for the efficient collection of that waste. So without the partnership from the local government authority, our problem will not work at its prime. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much, team, for that response. So we have one more question from Carla. Carla, go for it.
Thank you, and congratulations for your pitch to Groundworks. Very, very nice presentation. So I would like to know more about the team that is behind this idea, because when you have an idea, the most important part to execute it is the team that is behind the different roles that you have within your idea, and how do you see the team is going to make different roles. So if you can explain a little bit more about that. Thank you so much.
I guess I would like to take this answer because during the crafting of our team, we are actually composed of diverse individuals. So me as myself, I'm practicing forestry professional. So I have in-depth knowledge when it comes to resource extraction. So when we say resource extraction, the extraction of coffee from the different plantations in forest lands and other agricultural lands can be considered as such. So having said that, I have observed firsthand the problem when it comes to unutilized extraction of our resources. And also, as practicing urban planner, there are some instances that cities do not have problems on waste management. So this further brings into this further causes into other problems such as health problems in the city, such as the like. So having all the technical knowledge about the existing problems, I am lucky to have my teammates, which is Ila, who is actually a psychology student, and she has background or provide insight about behavioral consumption of the consumer. So with that, and also she is also a coffee lover, just like Dini. So they really observe the current situation that this question comes into their mind, like what will happen on this outputs from the coffee shops? Where do the coffee shops do put their waste? Because it is such it is just a loss of opportunity. So with that, combining of all our expertise and our actual knowledge, actual experience on the utilization of the product that we aim to recycle brings forth our sustainable and effective solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, team. Those were some great answers to the questions from the judges. Now, before we move on to the next team, you have around 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you in the People's Choice Award. Okay, go for it. The floor is yours.
Hello, coffee lovers. We are Groundworks, and we are hoping to turn our beloved drink into something that can be put back into the circular economy to change to further have as environmental solution. Okay, please vote for us.
Okay, thank you, team. That was a very cute way to say that the people should vote for you. Now, do we have any questions from the chat box? Anybody that wants to ask anything from this team before we move on while the judges are inputting their final scores for the team? Okay, since we have none at the moment, we are going to get the judges to give their feedback to the team now. So let's start with Ratri, shall we?
Yeah, thank you so much, and congratulations for Groundworks for great presentation, a very interesting idea. In my opinion, you have a very good start of presentation, how you highlight the problem with interesting segue and overall tapping into the huge potential of coffee grounds. I think one of the observation that I have is that while you have a great idea, always keep in mind that in a real life situation, you will only have certain amount of resources. It could be people, it could be financial, it could be support, right? So what you need to do is you need to focus on one thing. What would be your core product offer? And then you build from there. Because it's almost impossible in real life situation to do everything at the same time. So that only the feedback that I have. Hopefully, this could be a good start of your next product development. So yeah, all the best.
Okay, thank you so much, Ratri, for the very useful feedback. Now let's move on and hear from Ibnur.
Selamat team. Thank you so much for sharing this. You reminded me when I was younger, working on coffee grounds, but I use it for compost, right? And I thought this is a brilliant idea of turning a waste, a huge amount of waste, into something hard. I'm quite curious to see the actual prototype, and that would be possibly your next stage of development if you want to push this further. Develop a prototype of that Spork and get people to use it. Let people give their feedbacks about your Spork itself. And I think if you do it well enough, it could actually start a Spork revolution, right? In Philippines, and hopefully it expands beyond ASEAN to the world. I might consider it for a corporate gift as well. Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ibnur. Let's hear it from Carla. Any comments for the team?
Yes, no, great presentation. A few points that I would like you to maybe include in your next speech is talking about the competition. I didn't hear anything about competition. We know that there's a lot of products that focus on waste upcycling, so competition would be a great add. And additionally, I would like to understand, I know you have only 3 minutes, so maybe for the future, but a little bit about the costs. In a business model, it's super important that we understand your cost structure and see how you're going to make happen this from the financial perspective. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Carla. Lastly, let's hear from Sandra.
Hi. So again, thanks for presenting. I think the key one will be come from the behavior change point of view. So there was quite a number mentioned that consumers will change by actually purchasing and actually use the products eventually that was actually done from the recycled materials. So the key thing from a behavioral point of view is there are also other similar products that's out there. So how do you make sure that they choose yours versus the others? And how do you make sure that in terms from behavior change effectiveness, that's actually being measured and the impact that it can actually bring? So something to think about. Same for actually what Carla is saying, the additional points that you can actually put in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sandra. And with that, thank you so much to the judges and the team. Well done. That was a very good start. And now we will move on to the next team. So next up, we have a team called Food Loop. They're going to be talking about tackling food waste with an innovative solution that converts food waste into clean energy through biomass gasification technology. So Food Loop, all the best and take it away.
Okay, let's start. We are sitting on a gold mine of waste, applied to its value. Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Dung, and I'm honored to represent Food Loop to share our groundbreaking solution to food waste and energy shortages. 1/3 of global food is wasted annually. We also waste $100 billion. In many countries, electricity shortages is disrupting lives and industry. What if we could solve both these problems with only one solution? The figure on our slide shows that the issue calls for urgent, sustainable action. Our team from different backgrounds has worked together to launch Food Loop. We are proud to be recognized among the top 10 best projects at Climate Launchpad Vietnam 2024 and as a speaker at Europe Green Week. There are some competitors in the Vietnamese market. They do biomass gasification technology or thermochemical technology, but we promise to bring our breakthrough initiative. As you can see from this matrix, Food Loop provides the most energy efficient solution while keeping affordable costs. When it comes to turning waste into energy in Vietnam, no other competitor matches our environmental impact. We are confident because we have a clean and modern process. During our pilot phase in Hanoi, we will measure success through the volume of food waste collected and the amount of biomass electricity generated. The technology behind Food Loop is biomass gasification plasma process is cutting edge. Food waste is heated to 2200 Celsius degree in a fixed bed gasifier, creating very pure steam gas. We don't require an exhaust gas treatment system after biomass combustion.
Our stakeholder includes food industry partner, benefits from reduced waste management costs and enhanced eco-friendly branding. Energy stakeholder access to clean energy and carbon credits to meet environmental standards. Our project focuses on the community and environment like two major cities in Vietnam, Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. We proudly partner with two firms like Antonio for Clean Heat Solution and Food Bank Vietnam, which supplies blood food for our process.
All right, so our goal is to scale Food Loop across Southeast Asia and beyond, tailoring our technology to local needs and to fight food waste and energy shortage. And Food Loop delivers a measurable impact. By reordering extra food, we have the communities cut out on the waste and greenhouse gas emission. And we are the tipping point, supporting our purpose with Earth to reach the sustainable goals. And here is our mentor, Mr. Chris, and other two advisors, our professor. And thank you for your time. Together, let's make a brighter future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Team Food Loop, for that wonderful pitch. Now, I will open the floor to the judges for any questions that they may have. All right, okay, so Carla, go first.
So, congratulations, very nice pitch. You addressed different points in such a limited time. I would like to understand more about your technology behind how you're gonna do this process to turn food waste into clean energy. You can give us a little bit more of the idea behind.
Okay, thank you, Carla, for your question. Our technology is biomass gasification plasma. It's very special because now in Vietnam, they usually use the biomass gasification continuous or thermochemical technology. And the efficient to generate electricity, to generate syngas is lower than our technology because we can burn anything we put in the blast furnace. Is a device. It's called the blast furnace. It's similar to used in heavy metal. You know, but instead of we put in the heavy metal, we put the organic waste and we burn it to generate syngas, and we don't need the exhaust system treatment. Yeah, and in Vietnam now our technology is have the very high efficient.
Okay, thank you, team. Any other questions from the judges? Okay, let's hear it from Sandra.
Hi, thanks for actually the interesting idea. I wanted to, if you can actually elaborate a bit more, especially the part about how do you actually encourage consumers to dispose the food waste into the IoT smart bins, and how do you intend your strategy behind in terms of getting the partners on board? Because keeping in mind the IoT smart bins are also limited and expensive investment. So what's your mitigation strategy in that sense? Thank you.
Actually, our IoT solution revolves around the use of fullness sensor installed in the street trash bin or in the canteen, in the food chains like KFC, like Lotteria in Vietnam, and we collaborate with the food chain like KFC, and we also can make the enhanced eco-friendly brand image for them. Yeah, and for in the street in Vietnam now, the food of the bins, the trash bin on the street is very it causes pollution in Vietnam, air pollution, and we can reduce the air pollution, and also we can generate the clean energy.
Okay, thank you, team. Any other questions from the judges?
Come in. Okay. I have a question with regards to the slide on the end products. I saw vitrified stone and I think the syngas itself. Help me understand what's the possible use of your vitrified stones?
Yes, vitrified stone is one of Ant's products, but it has very small percentage. But now currently we using tungsten as a heat-resistant material for our blast furnace. But in the near future, we're researching about the material with higher heat resistance than tungsten. So we can expand our input material sources, so we can generate more syngas and have we can treat more type of trash, more type of waste.
Thanks so much. So which means your ideal outcome is to have 100% gas and no stones. Am I right? So with your plasma system.
Yes. Now our system can generate 45 to 60% of syngas, and
okay.
it's higher than any technology in Vietnam now.
Okay, thanks so much. Yeah, that's an innovation. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, judges and the team, for this Q&A session. We'll now move on to hear some feedback from the judges. So let's start with Ratri, shall we?
Thank you so much. Very interesting idea, very innovative. I do have a, a comment and feedback related to the business model. I think that will be one area where you can improve further, especially I like the idea on where you want to start with F&B segment and place the smart IoT bin at their vicinity to encourage the consumer to dispose the waste into the smart bin. I think that one area where you can continue to build it up and clear up your entire business model. I think it's the idea is there, but it's a little bit still a bit fragmented. And I think another that we might not be able to, or you might not be able to explain now, it's like what's your roadmap for the implementation? Because I saw that you are already engaged in the climate launchpad. So I believe there must be a clear roadmap for the future. But great job. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Ratri. Let's hear it from Ibnur.
Thanks once again. I love the innovation. It would be great if you have some photos or videos of the outcome, right, of the product itself. I think that if you wanna pitch for more funding in the future, having that prototype be a video, be a photo, can convince us better. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ibnur. Let's hear it from Sandra.
Hi. So thanks for actually answering the question I had. So I think the part that I would request that you might want to build further for the success, I think for your program, I think the stakeholder engagement or partners engagement is actually really critical. So in addition to the points that you've actually mentioned, you might think of how to really get them on board. The possibility of whether some of these clean energy could be basically going back to the partners that you have. That could, I think, in a way, increase and enhance and deepen into the partnership. And then for them to, of course, advocate for your particular cause in their the fast food chains as well. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Lastly, let's hear it from Carla.
Thank you and congratulations to the Food Loop team. Great presentation. I really like the analysis you included, the competition map and the team. And additionally, I like the numbers. You have very specific numbers that allow us to understand that this is a problem that needs options that are very ambitious, as you have presented. Some ideas for refinement in the operation procedure when you have like this kind of circular graph. At the end, you ended up with a stop biomass power plant. But I don't know how you're going to use that. It's very interesting to know you have this cycle, you're going to produce this, maybe kind of like complete the cycle of what you're going to use when you produce this energy. Maybe something that you can think on the future. And yeah, I think it was a very, very nice presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, judges, for the feedback. Team Food Loop, you now have around 1 minute to convince the audience as to why they should vote for you for the People's Choice Award.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Dung, I'm founder of Food Loop. We provide a green solution to help reduce air pollution, the greenhouse effect, and reduce food waste. And our solution provide clean energy also, and it's completely scalable in the future. Please vote for us to make our earth greener. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, team, for that pitch. And with that, we have come to the end of Food Loop's presentation, and we will move on to our next team. So up next, we have a team called EcoVolve, which is bringing us a solution focused on tracking screen time. It calculates carbon footprints and reduces emissions through personalized tips and tree planting. So EcoVolve, the floor is yours. All the best.
Okay, good morning, judges. Hello, everyone. We are EcoVolve, a team of 5 individuals from Singapore, Indonesia, and Cambodia. Next slide. Have you ever thought about the environmental impact of scrolling through social media? So have we. The information and communication technology sector, which powers these activities, contribute toward 1.4 of total global carbon emission, comparable to the aviation sector. Yet most people are unaware of their digital carbon footprint. Our digital habits, whether using social media, streaming, or emailing, produce carbon emission. But currently, calculating this footprint is really complex. The challenge is clear. We need a way to translate this invisible emission into actionable insight. That's where EcoVolve steps in. Our survey shows 92% of potential users are interested in our solution. With 60% being Gen Y Singaporeans, this demographic is passionate about sustainability and energy conservation. And our research has shown that with our solution, we will have a user base. Next slide. EcoVolve in the very simple form, trying to calculate your digital carbon footprint using screen time data and app-specific carbon emission metrics. It converts this emission into number of trees needed to offset your impact and allows users to neutralize their trees using our collaboration with Lindung Hutan from the app. Next slide. Here we see EcoVolve's user journey. Starting from the onboarding and setup, the app tracks the screen time passively and using this as a baseline. We measure the estimated emission. In the end, using metrics across time, the user is presented with their potential emission, and they can offset it by planting trees. Next slide. As you can see in our prototype, users are able to set screen time goals and track carbon dioxide emission, battery use, and this leads to wider energy savings. Next slide. EcoVolve uses parameters per individual users on its application based on emission estimation with GreenSpectre as a data source. We can provide 5 options for sapling of trees. User can select and purchase to offset their screen time emission. Slide. We aim to build using Flutter framework for implementation, which can develop apps for Android and iOS. With the architecture shown, we are able to deploy at scale, supporting up to millions of users to AWS cloud infrastructure. And this is our methodology. We use GHG scope-based calculation to measure digital carbon emission. We focus on scope 2 and scope 3, which include emission from network transmission and third-party services. Next slide. Our revenue comes from our serviceable obtainable market target eco-conscious Gen Y Singaporeans and youth in this Southeast Asia region. Next slide. Our revenue comes from partnership, sponsorship, and commission, estimated to have 4.5 of annual growth. And let's move to the impact. The metrics show how we balance effort and impact for our features. Next slide. This is our risk mitigation. Next slide. And this is our sustainability plan, which we support about 7 SDGs points. Next slide. And this is our team. Our team comes from diverse background, and we bring the.
All right, thank you so much, team, for that presentation. We will now open the floor to any questions. Okay, Ratri, let's start with you.
Hey, great presentation from the team, EcoVolve. I do have a question. Any chance have you tested your idea with real world data sets? And if you do or if you haven't, what biases do you think you will uncover, and how will you mitigate those biases?
Yeah, hi, thanks for your question. Maybe I can take that. In terms of real world data set, this data set that you speak about, the closest thing I can think about is having our partnership with GreenSpectre. Now, GreenSpectre is an independent company, and they do all their work is about calculating app level carbon emissions, right from devices to data centers. So using that framework in place, we have mitigated bias as they're independent, as they're an independent company, and at the same time, it provides us with kind of a leverage to understand and how to deliver a better solution. Thank you.
Okay, and I will add some of the answer from Jovi. And yeah, there's another bias, which is I think behavioral. Also, we can overestimate users' willingness to take action. Therefore, our solution to that bias, or how can we mitigate the bias, is trying to gamify the platform and trying to provide the incentive in terms of it's like badge in the platform. And also the personalized nudges, and the other we can mitigate the behavioral bias is trying to offer the alternative offsetting solution besides trees that we currently have. Thank you.
Hi, judges. I would like to further add on to Yasri's and Jovi's idea. So currently we plan to incorporate Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions, and we will be collaborating with Green Spectre to measure this Scope B and C emissions accurately. So we have conducted an interview with Thomas, CEO of Green Spectre, and you may refer to the appendix at the end of our presentation for the Q&A interview. And according to him, he has actually acknowledged and expressed interest in collaborating with us. And he also mentioned about his accuracy of his data. So with this support from Green Spectre, I think we will be able to provide a very accurate and precise data to the users on top of our own Scope 1 calculation.
Hi, thanks so much for the presentation. So I'm trying out your app. I mean, it loaded a bit slowly. Hopefully, once it's done properly, it's faster. I have a question with regards to stickiness. So the challenges with a lot of apps is that you download it and then people may not use it. A lot of people do not use a lot of the apps that they download. How are you going to make it more sticky to make people visit it almost every day? And does it lie in the background of all apps in a way that it would drain more energy from the app, from the mobile phone?
I would like to take this question. So, in order to make people like use our app, our application will notify the user of their updates. Like, for example, today you have user screen time about 7 hours or something, which is more than other user or something, and stuff like that. So we let them know how their screen time is, and then they will check our app and see the emissions data of their application.
Okay, and I will add to the Chernet answer about the stickiness. Thank you so much for the question. And besides the gamify that we currently have in the system in our platform, we also trying to add the social features or peer accountability. This kind of feature, such as the friends and challenge system, and also you can add the shareable achievements, and people often see that as an achievement, and trying to make a feature which you can be a friend or have in a group, and you can collaborate with other people as a group of set goals. And that's I think one of the way to increase the stickiness. You can also add from the personalized daily insight. So we also play with our sort of notification feature. We trying to send the reports personalized insight in the end of the day, so they use so they know like how much they use a certain application, and it's also applicable to the monthly. So there's a daily and monthly. So yeah, I think that's gonna be our answer.
Hi, judges. Thank you for your question. I would like to further add on to Yasri and Shonev's answer. We have also conducted a market validation survey, and based on our survey, we found out that the top motivation for users is rewards and vouchers. Therefore, we are going to design this feature of the rewards and vouchers based on users' feedback from the market validation survey. And I believe that with this incentive, more people will want to use the app daily to track their carbon emissions.
All right, thank you so much, team, for answering the judges' questions so thoroughly. We will now move on to hear any feedback that the judges may have. So let's start with Sandra, shall we?
Hi. So I'll continue the part about the behavioral part. I think the biggest thing, the success of your app will be to get people to adopt, continue in the program, and actually recommend, advocate a lot of people coming in. So some of the things that you guys have actually shared, of course, in the risk mitigation, you have built in some of the behavior change principles. So when you talk stickiness and all this, is actually creating nudges, right? So you are focusing a lot in terms of using incentives and rewards, but you might need to think of more different type of nudge because the novelty will run out. So you might attract them maybe in the first 6 months or a year, but what else? Social norming, like we say, so they can advocate more people coming in. That's actually, and then create it as a movement. So I think having different parameters of the different behavioral influences using from the within the nudge library will actually give you more variety to try out. Because eventually people who join the program will have very different behaviors. People who might have try once and then left, maybe try for 1 month and then lapse as well. So you need to actually come up with different behavior change techniques to keep them coming back. So something for you to think about beyond incentives. What else is there? All right.
Hi, judges. I would like to further add on to this point. Excuse me. So regarding this lack of motivation, we also plan to have some strategies such as partnerships. So some partnerships include the partnership with sustainable companies, government, environmental groups, education institutions for different kind of programs and challenges, and then also sponsorship and other kinds of rewards. So I believe that with this kind of partnership will create a long-term impact. And in our appendix, we also mentioned about the direct and indirect short-term and long-term impact of our partnerships with different stakeholders.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, teams. Let's move on to Ratri for her comments.
Oh, thank you so much. Another feedback that I would have, just to build on Ibnur's and Sandra ideas, I completely agree. I think by the end of the day, when we build a B2C product, especially digital product, stickiness is definitely one thing you need to consider, because at least it takes at least 21 days to build a habit, like real life habits. And for digital, that even takes longer than that. So you need to consider the stickiness as well as the behavioral nudge. From my end would be just a food of thought. It's like you need to ask yourself, how does your solution can remain relevant as consumer behavior tends to evolve? So you need to think on how you can future-proof your solution and avoid your solution become obsolete in the next 5 or 10 years, because the investment that you put to build an app and then maintaining it, it's gonna run quite a bit of an investment there. So you need to keep in mind how you future proving your solution. That's all from my side. Thank you.
All right. Lastly, let's hear it from Carla.
Thank you to the EcoBold team. Very nice presentation. My main comment would be at the beginning, what I understood from your idea, it was more focused on a measurement of carbon footprint. That was the idea I get at the beginning. But then when you start explaining it more, you explain more functionalities, this kind of community involvement, these vouchers, these rewards. So I think when you present your pitch idea, you need to present these other components that your business, that your idea is going to have from the beginning, so we understand the different components. I think there's a lot of potential of this specific app, as Sandra said before. Once you have a good understanding what is the behavior behind of the people to join, I think a lot of apps right now have this functionality to track carbon footprint. But I think the connection, what they can do, and the connection with local project and local action is going to be the key differentiator for us.
All right. Thank you, Carla. Ibnur, do you have any final comments, feedback?
Quick 2 ones. So some ideas that came to my mind includes after someone plants a tree, to build a stronger connection, you may want to facilitate the process for some of the users to be with their tree, right? Or be at the corals, for example, then that connection, it becomes a social movement. It could be hashtag I'm with my tree, right? Something like that. And then the other one would be because now companies and enterprises are beginning to be required, right, to report on their emissions. You may want to consider going from a B2C to a B2B model, where you help to facilitate capturing of such data of employees in workplaces. It's something not so immediate, but it may come up in the future.
All right, thank you so much, Ibnur, and thank you, Team Covolve, for the presentation. You now have 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you. So the stage is yours.
Yes, I'm going to take that. Thank you very much. Look, it's really simple. We're all on social media. We don't know the cost of the usage that, in terms of carbon emissions, of our social media use. With the algorithms recommending you videos, with doom scrolling, that cost tends to rise. And companies might not be really forthcoming in terms of how they offset. So our solution, Ecovolve, really brings that to you, right? It brings it to the user, where you can view based on your screen time data from your phone that we extract using APIs. You can view your, how much your estimated emissions are, and you can take action. And because that's also the limiting factor, we don't have enough avenues where we as individuals can take action. And in this case, plant trees with Lindungi Hutan. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, team. Now, with that, let's move on to our next team for the day, which is known as DigiAgri. Their project is focused on empowering farmers with real-time diagnostics, precision farming, and climate-smart strategies powered by AI. So DigiAgri, over to you. All the best.
Good morning, just a fellow innovators. We are Team DigiAgri, and we are here to present our AI-powered climate-smart agriculture platform, decided to help farmers adapt to climate change. Smallholder farmers face unpredictable weather, disclassified health, and poor market access. These challenges lead to low yields, high losses, and financial instability. DigiAgri is our solution, a smart digital assistant that helps farmers plan better, reduce losses, and increase farm income. Right now, it's a prototype, but we are working to make it a real-world solution.
Thank you, Mark. DigiAgri provides AI-powered insight in 4 key areas: weather forecasts that help farmers prepare for climate risk, soil health insights that provides better crop planning and nutrient management, AI-based disease detection, identify crop diseases to prevent losses, market access and financial support that connects farmers to buyers and microloans. Even at the prototype stage, DigiAgri aims to drive real impact that yield increase through better farming decisions, loss reduction through early disease detection, income boost through cutting out middlemen. To ensure lasting impact, DigiAgri focuses on 3 areas.
Hello. All right. I'll continue with the presentation. All right. So beyond economic benefits, DigiAgri helps farmers mitigate the effect of extreme weather and soil degradation. So to ensure lasting impact, DigiAgri focuses on 3 areas. The first one is farmer training, partnering with local organizations to teach farmers how to use DigiAgri effectively. AI model learning, improving accuracy using satellite and IoT data for smarter insight, and financial sustainability, a mix of public-private funding and premium advisory services, which will keep the platform running. DigiAgri also promotes sustainable farming by reducing excessive chemical use and optimizing water management, helping farmers adopt environmentally friendly practices. We will launch DG Agri with 100 farmers in a target region as the proof of concept. Once we analyze pilot results, we will scale to more farmers and secure additional funding for expansion. DG Agri is built for long-term success because it is firstly technologically feasible. It will be powered by AWS and IoT sensors for scalability. Secondly, is financially sustainable. Public-private funding ensures continuous support. And lastly, impactful for farmers, which provides real tools farmers need to thrive in agriculture. Now, DG Agri isn't just a concept, it's a real scalable solution that can transform farming in vulnerable regions. We've designed it to be technologically feasible, financially sustainable, and impactful for farmers. With the right support, DG Agri can help farmers not just survive, but thrive. Join us in building a climate-resilient future for agriculture. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, team. That was such a wonderful pitch. I will now open the floor to judges for any questions. Okay, let's start with Ratri.
Okay, great presentation, DG Agri. Well done. I do have one question related to the real world constraint. How does your solution actually take into account real world constraint like data availability, infrastructure gap, and government policy related to agriculture across Southeast Asia?
Okay, so the thing is that, yeah.
Yeah, Jadil, you can proceed the answer. Yes.
All right, sure. Okay. So how do we plan to implement firstly DG Agri in a real world condition? So firstly, we'll start with a pilot project involving 100 farmers in a target region. Now, this will allow us to refine the AI prediction, improve user experience, and gather real world feedback. So based on the result, we will scale up with government and NGO support. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add this answer. And also, the South Asian developing countries are prioritizing the digitization in their local development plan, And so this is the one step that we can integrate in the local development planning process and government institutions, So this is the one tool that can help especially the rural farmers.
Okay, thank you so much, team. We'll take the next question from Sandra.
Hi, I think continuing just a point that you just mentioned, which is about digital transformation as part of the ASEAN plans. So one of your biggest success will actually be very reliant in terms of the farmers adopting this particular app and service, given that you're targeting rural, which digital literacy might actually be quite challenging. So how do you actually address that portion to get them on board for this particular program?
Yeah, yes, I will take lead, Jadid. Okay, so yeah, very interesting question. We have envisioned, there are several applications existing in the rural areas and in the countries like Nepal and Myanmar. I basically talking about the more contextual in Nepal basis, in the context of Nepal, that there are, because we used to think that the rural people cannot use the internet or they cannot have the access to the Facebook, Instagram, social medias. Now they are using, they are used to it. So it takes time, but we can do it. So our intention is to, sensitize, to mobilize, and the interesting character of our application is it is user friendly and it is very useful. So that is handy to the farmers. And it can be, used even during the offline at the field level, and they can generate the information at the when they are back in house. So it is friendly. So we hope we can replicate in the rural areas. Yes.
Thank you.
Can I add to Buff just now?
Yes.
So the challenges that we are anticipating in implementing our DG Agri, and how will we overcome them? So one of the challenge is getting farmers to trust AI-driven recommendations. So hopefully we will address this through localized farmer training programs and partnership with agricultural cooperatives. So it will ensure that the farmers understand and hopefully will adopt the technology. Yeah.
Okay, Carla, go for it.
Thank you, and thank you, DJ Agri, for the presentation. One quick question is about the costs of the app. If there's any fee that you need to charge the farmers, I would like to understand more your business model to make this sustainable.
Jadil, please.
Oh, all right. So if we're talking about environmental sustainability, so DG Agri promotes sustainable farming by reducing the overuse of fertilizers and pesticides. It will optimize water usage and helping farmers to adopt climate-smart agriculture techniques. So our AI recommendation are designed to reduce environmental impact while maximizing the productivity.
Yeah, and the financial, yes, I'll add the financial sustainability is we have planned for public-private partnership and, and their advisory, the services that can generate the, what is the, Jadil, could you explain that public-private partnership and the stops?
Say that again?
Yeah, it is more about, the revenue generation from the public-private partnership and those things. So it is the income generation for the sustainability. Yeah. Jadil.
Yes. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, all right. So we will I'm not sure, but can you repeat the question, please, Judge?
Yes, sure. It was more about
sorry.
the business model.
Yeah,
If you
the business
plan to
model.
have a specific fee because you need to maintain this app in the long
all
term,
right.
right? So what is the
Okay.
numbers? Yeah.
Yes. So actually we discussed with I discussed it with my team. So what happened is that for the rural farmers, so probably they will just get the basic access to the app, so they can use the the disease detection and so on and so on, just the simple stuff which they will use for many times. But for the bigger farming industries or the farmers in the bigger industries, so that one we will charge them. Yeah, so that will help to sustain us in the long run.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions from the judges? Okay, if not, let's move on to the feedback. So let's start with Ratri for her feedback.
Sure, I'm more than happy. Well, thank you so much, DG Agri team, for sharing your idea, and it's a very innovative one. I would say agri-tech product is flourishing and it's really needed. Unfortunately, we need to still have to think it through on how the working solution related to agri-tech, it's somehow still have a long journey ahead. A few food of thoughts that I have related to your product, especially to your product offer in the AI powered insight. It's I feel that weather forecast is something that, yes, it is feasible. I think one area you need to think about more thoroughly is on the soil health insights. It's simply because I happen to work a lot with satellite data and agriculture, and this is an area where even the best satellite ideas still unable to provide a directive result related to the soil health, because so many factors actually affect this, and it's beyond what remote sensing data can deliver. So this is one area that you need to think it through if you think to build this product further. But otherwise, congratulations.
Okay, thank you so much, Ratri. Sandra, let's hear some quick feedback from you.
So I think the next the things that you might want to add in, as I mentioned, your success in terms of this particular idea is very reliant on actually the farmers coming on board. So you could actually elaborate a bit more. What's your engagement program other than training? How do you even get them to be a part of the training? You need to think about what's in it for them. Ultimately, farmers are like SME business. So you can think it through from the benefits of them actually using this app, which actually gives them in terms of savings in cost, reaping in terms of better ROI because of harvesting. That to me is more convincible to get them on board and continue from that particular program. So I feel that that's a part that you could actually elaborate a bit more within your idea. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sandra. Let's hear it from Carla.
Yes, I want to echo Sandra. I think for me, the most important part, if you are planning to do an app on farmers and that support their daily life, is how we're going to involve them in the first place. So I think that is important, even in the pitch from the beginning, try to understand who is your customer at the end. I don't know if your customer are the farmers, your customer is more the government that support the farmers, your customer is the private sector or the industry that work with farmers in the value chain. So this clarification would be very interesting for us to understand where you're going to have your revenue, what are your key activities, your key resources, to understand completely the pitch. Yeah, all over for me.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Ibnur, let's end it with your feedback.
Congratulations. So I've been doing agriculture. Digital agriculture is something that I'm keen to explore. But the extent as what you've shown in your diagram, it's a lot. It's a huge sector. Perhaps moving forward, you may want to kind of like hyper focus on one key area and do that very well. I totally agree on the idea of looking at soil health. I was in Aceh, and there was a group of also AI programmers looking at kind of like what's lacking in the soil, and then what's lacking in the plant itself, and then they can optimize the kind of NPK or chemicals to fertilize accordingly. So very precise, kind of a precision agriculture that's AI assisted might be something that you can consider moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much, judges, for your feedback. Team, now you have 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you. Go for it.
Hi, everybody. We are Team DigiAgri, and we are honored to be part of this incredible journey alongside so many inspiring teams. Climate change is threatening our food security, and farmers struggle to adapt. So our solution, DigiAgri, helps AI-driven insights to protect their crops, improve yields, and build climate resilience. Winning this award isn't just about recognition, it's about amplifying a solution that can make a real difference. With your support, we can take this further, reach more farmers, and help communities thrive despite climate challenge. We are here not just as competitors, but as a change makers. If you believe in a future where technology and sustainability go hand in hand, we would love your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. That was a very wonderful pitch. Now with that, let's move on to our next team for the day, known as Ecovaders. Now they're working on a digital platform for agriculture with AI tools, insights, and market access for sustainable farming. So Ecovaders, take it away and all the best.
Hello, can you guys see our pitch line?
Yes, we can.
Okay. May I start now?
Yes, go for it. All the best.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team Ecovaders, and I am Peter, the app designer for AgroConnect. Our mission is to empower sustainable agriculture through technology. Our team are from Vietnam, Nepal, and Pakistan. Vietnam is embarking on a digital transformation in agriculture due to enhanced productivity, sustainability, and global competitiveness, connecting farmers to global and local market. So why we choose Vietnam? With a 14 billion e-commerce market, 9 million farmers, and 95.3% 4G coverage, Agriculture drives 17% of GDP and employs 60% of the workforce. AgroConnect leverages the opportunity to scale digital agriculture locally and globally. It is like working.
Yes, it's working. Go for it.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So now we move to the problem statement. The skill gap in digital agriculture. Farmers and cooperatives face skill gap in adopting advanced agricultural technology, and only 24% of workers have IT training. This digital divide prevents them from accessing modern tools and competitive market. AgroConnect is here to change that. So this we build our app, which is AgroConnect to bridge this gap. Hey, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay now. Go ahead.
Sorry, my laptop is not working well with the Zoom.
No worries, no worries. We can see the slides and we can hear you.
Okay. So this is the main section of our app here. AgroConnect is a training and learning platform for farmers and agriculture stakeholders. We provide complete professional technical courses, certification, training material with AR video and AI supporting. Our technical partner is from Powerhouse in Vietnam, which is FPT Digital, and our academic partner is from Ho Chi Minh University of Agriculture and Forestry. This is also another demo for our app, which focus on creating like LinkedIn. Our AgroConnect main pilot area is An Giang province, working with farmers, local organizations, stakeholders. We empowering farmers by engage 25% cooperative and groups. We advance sustainability and promote sustainable farming practices to 50% of the participants, driving economic growth, improve supply chain efficiency, and reduce post-harvest losses by 50%. This is our revenue model. So we currently have a premium feature subscription for revenue. If the user spend more than 10 minutes learning experience, they have to pay for our premium features. So for cooperative and enterprises, they have to pay $10 to $30 per month. For individual and student, $1 to $3 per month. So for transaction fee, model charge 5% fee per transaction. Imagine getting 10% up to 100,000 farmers, we're gonna get $500,000 per year. So this ensures economic viability while increasing farmer incomes by 20 and 30%, environmental impacts, cutting resource waste by 10 and 15%, social inclusion.
All right, thank you so much, team, for the wonderful presentation. I will now open the floor to judges for any questions. Okay, Ibnur.
Hi, a quick question with regards to your AR videos. What is the problem that you observe that requires you to have an AR solution? And how would a farmer use that?
So the reason why I want to apply augmented reality videos because currently the farmers in especially our main target, which is An Giang province. Hold up, but here. So the farmers are locally and they are lack of digital literacy information. So we especially in the agriculture. So AR, I think VR and augmented reality become a potential tool for them to actually apply, to actually do practical things with their own resources at the local area without doing any spend a lot of resource for and money to develop, to learn things. So we aim to apply AR to have solved this problem because we want to reduce the cost for training for farmers and especially local cooperative in our target An Giang province in Vietnam.
All right, thank you, team. Any other questions from the judges?
So I have a question. You didn't go through all the slides, but when I was reviewing your slides, you also have one specific slide that talks about Quest function, including is a story from a qualified user for job hiring and finding resources sharing. So if you can expand a little bit more about that in your idea.
The key, this is a demo for another demo that we aim to develop more in the future. So the Quest function is basically like job and resource. Like it's more like request creating in LinkedIn, where you can create a job request, or you can create a commission or help, or we can create any request for resource sharing, job hiring, and commission. But you have to be qualified to do so, and the main function or the main meaning for this function is to have farmers to easily connect with potential customer or potential partner for their further development and further collaboration in the future. That's the main focus for the Quest function of our app, which is we're going to develop in the future.
Thank you, team. Let's hear the question from Sandra next.
Hi. So if you can elaborate a bit more in terms of your slide that with measurable impacts, I think it's page 9, especially the part that you talk about your main stakeholders are the farmers corporations, organizations, government, and e-commerce buyers. So that was what was a bit interesting for me, because other than actually directly to farmers, you do have other stakeholders. Can you elaborate a bit more of how your intention to engage them as part of your strategy? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. So we plan to work in An Giang province, and because in Vietnam we found that a lot of like the government stakeholders are also trying to increase the digital literacy, digitalization of agriculture in Vietnam. And so we thought like the other, not just like we would like to work with the agriculture cooperatives and all as the stakeholders, but also other aspect of the agencies as part of our like making impact for the farmers. So that's why we have mentioned them over here. And I think from Tin, can you add like how can we work in local context with them a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So firstly, thanks for your question. So actually in Vietnam, there's some big company, they will purchase the product from farmers. So we including them also here in term of our concept, as the company also want to enhance the farmer skills to make sure that the farmer product get higher quality, so that our option here is good for both party, both in for companies, even for farmer, and everyone participate in our concept. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, team. Any other questions from the judges? Any other questions?
Yes, quick question. I would like to understand more of the team, because I see more like Dun one that you talk about a little bit, but who is the team behind this idea?
So we are from 3 different countries, and I think Faria is here or not. Maybe usually there is some technical glitches in hers, so I think she did not make it. So yeah, it's me from Nepal, Sharmila, and from Vietnam. We have two of them. That's why we intend to do the project in Vietnam, and Faria from Pakistan as a team. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, team. Any other questions from the judges? Okay, if not, then we will move on to the feedback. So let's start with Ratris. Let's hear from you.
Hey, congratulations, Ecovators. Very interesting idea and solution that you offer. I think giving opportunity for farmers to upskill themselves and exposing them to different technology is a good idea. I just want to give one food for thoughts related to your product simply because you use AR, and I would say that this platform will focus a lot on AI products. As you move along, think about that when you create something, or whatever AI product that you have in mind, you need to make sure that the product doesn't create what we call unintentional harm to others. So in order to do that, when you build, let's say you deploy this solution to your target audience, and then as you scale it, you need to think about who actually benefited most from this product and who might be unintentionally harmed. I see on the slides 9 that you want to work with cooperatives. So that could be a good start to think about, okay, this product is actually benefited the farmer. But again, we cannot see a farmer as one big group. Within farmer, there's a lot of, I would say, stratification, a different kind of a category of farmer. Could be a farmer who owns the land and farmer who doesn't own the land. So they have to work for other landowners. So think about how your product could benefit the most, but what could be the unintentionally harm that actually created from your product. And if you identify that, you need to also think about how can you address that trade-off. That's all the feedback for me, but congratulations for your product. All the best.
Okay, thank you so much, Ratri. Let's move on
Thank
to
you so much.
Noor's feedback. Team, do you have anything in response? Okay, let's move on.
No, I just want to say thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Kam Eun. I love that you are exploring cooperatives. I'm part of a cooperative and also excited to see how a digital application can actually invigorate cooperatives and enhance their livelihoods. Actually, when you shared with me about the Quest concept, that sounds more appealing to me. And something that you may want to consider is to kind of like build up like a digital academy, jobs marketplace, opportunities marketplace for these cooperatives. And then if it's really a huge enough community, you can consider either partnering with Zalo or sell, or get acquired by Zalo maybe as a possible strategy moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Noor. Sandra, let's hear from you.
Hi, so I think a quick one. I think we've seen actually across the ideas today is all actually very innovative, very tech-driven. I think one thing to keep in mind, you have already a slide especially talking about the different stakeholders that you decide to engage and how to actually bring this to life. It's good to actually bring that in front, because ultimately your success is actually with these stakeholders. So again, in addition to what actually Ratri's point of view, the stakeholders are actually, they are very big buckets. So looking at each group, how do you actually get them on board? The different engagement strategies and plans are actually quite critical. So something for you to actually build it further, if you were to bring this to life. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sandra. Let's hear Carla's feedback.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I really like how you put the slides together. It seems that you did a great job pointing out specific numbers. You really think about this on how it's going to be sustainable. So great job for that. I think from my point of view, I think you have several components right now on the idea, and I think you need to focus a little bit more on what do you want to achieve in this first phase. For example, the idea of have this kind of hiring post, I think could be a second phase, and you can put it on an ideal timeline when you focus, what is my first milestone that I want to achieve? And then once we had like success on this, we can go to the second phase. It's gonna be easy for the audience, in this case, the judges, to understand which is gonna be your path.
All right, thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you so much, judges, for the feedback. It was very useful. Now, team, you have 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, judges, for your feedback, and thank you, everyone, for having us. So AgroConnect is trying to revolutionize agriculture by empowering farmers with the digital tools, training, and networks by boosting productivity, incomes, and sustainability. We are trying to address the real challenges like low digital literacy and e-commerce, which could be later on upscaled, transforming lives in Nguyen province in Vietnam and beyond. So we have a very passionate team members from diverse background and a very scalable solution, if you see, because it can be not only done in Vietnam, but it can go beyond Vietnam in ASEAN region. And so we are trying to create a lasting change in the agriculture. So vote for us and vote for AgroConnect, and let's create a sustainable and inclusive future for farmers who makes the difference in our life. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, team. That was a wonderful
Thank
job.
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
everyone.
Now, thank you to all the teams so far. Before we move on, we are going to take a short 10-minute break, and I will see you guys back here at 10:45 a.m. Singapore time. Sorry, it's 11:45 a.m. Singapore time. I'll see you guys back here. All right, welcome back everyone from your break. I hope that you all are refreshed and excited for the remaining pitches. Now let's start by introducing our next team, who is known as Green Lens. Now, Green Lens bridge the policy action gap, benchmark plans, optimizes strategies, and drives sustainable growth. So Team Green Lens, over to you. All the best.
Okay. Can I start? Okay. Good morning, judges and everyone here. We're excited to reduce carbon sink. Our solution to help carbon-intensive industry easily adapt to changing climate policy. The EU aims for net zero by 2050, but import create carbon leakage. To address this, carbon border adjustment mechanism or CBAM was introduced to level the playing field and driving the carbon transition, impacting global supply chain. CBAM put the price for carbon in import, acting as a carbon passport for entry. This policy shift brings conflict and challenges for ASEAN exporters. ASEAN steel industry face EU compliance risk, which could hurt markets and finances. To close the policy action gap, innovative solutions are needed, and Thailand net zero target offer a great testing ground. Thailand could launch $500 million every year. As the CBAM impact carbon-heavy export, especially iron and steel. To cope with CBAM challenges, we need three key needs: sharing information, testing solution, and collaboration among stakeholders.
Carbon Sync is a digital platform with three key features: Policy Impact Chronicle for information sharing, Policy Sandbox for business plan assessment, and collaborative policy making to drive innovation and effectiveness. For instance, a steel manufacturer in Thailand trading with Europe can use the Policy Sandbox feature to assess their business plan against relevant policies. This assessment includes simulations enabling exporters to evaluate feasibility, ensure compliance, and understand resource impact. The generated reports deliver in-depth analysis on emissions, cost, and trade, empowering informed and strategic decision-making. Recommendations are also provided to optimize the business plan through dynamic adjustments in the simulation. Carbon Sync targets two key audiences: carbon-intensive industries, initially we choose iron and steel, and also policymakers, including ministries and regulatory agencies.
We plan to roll out in 7 months and then expand across industry features and markets. Our platform is a cloud-based, modular, and bespoke solution with identified technologies, team mobilizations, and business plans. Our key cost component is efficient, scalable, and designed for a long-term success. The pricing plan offers 3 flexible options tailored to meet users' needs while also generating revenue for the platform. Our vision is to transform climate policy into action, driving real progress towards our net zero ambition. Together, we can drive meaningful climate action and pave the way for
30
an
seconds left.
inclusive and sustainable future. Thank you for listening, and we are open for your questions.
All right, thank you so much, team. Judges, do we have any questions? All right, Ratri, we'll start with yours.
Hey, congratulations, Carbon Sync, for a very interesting idea in connecting multiple stakeholders. I think one question that I have is that, like I mentioned before, collaboration is a key in climate action. So, who do you think, or who do you see as essential partner in making this work? And how would you bring them on board in your first, let's say, 6 months of your operation?
Okay, well, so as our carbon sync review start initiate in Thailand first. So the Thailand agency that take care of the CBAM policy is Thai Federation of the Thai Industry, and this industry that's like interesting in the CBAM already because it become like mandatory or regular in Thailand soon. So we will in charge with the Thai Federation of Thai Industry to get to know us, that we have the platform that we can offer you to help you to compliance our regulation, and we will inbound to help the industry, and then that tell them to the our solution.
All right, team. Any other questions, judges? Okay, Sandra.
Key question itself. So how does your solution compare with whatever that's available in the market, whether is it locally or internationally, and the unique selling point of your solution versus theirs? Thanks.
The unique selling point is the policy sandbox feature, where the policy complaints can be tested in advance for the business plan, and accordingly the changes can be made for optimizing the strategies and ensuring the compliances.
Sandra, did you catch that, or would you like the team to repeat the answer because of the technical glitch?
I did catch it, but I think so you answered about your unique selling point. Can you share a bit more of the market context of your competitors? I mean, how does it compare with all the other solutions that's already available? Yeah.
As far as we know, there are options for collaborating. The platforms are there, but something like assessing the business plan, benchmarking the business plan, optimizing them beforehand, we think we are unique in that solution. And also the collaborative policy making, our third feature, where the stakeholders can interact in advance to before forming the policies or modifying the existing policies according to the market situations and make them more effective. I think that is also a unique feature for us.
Yeah, and other thing that is make us unique because we are taking the CBAM policy is the newest policy from the EU, and now it's just already like a transition phase and will be like mandatory in next year. So our solution, that's why it's unique, because we start to touch the new policy, and then other platforms that carbon like carbon calculation or carbon footprint, but for us it's policy scenario for the carbon. So that's why make us different from others.
Thank you, team. Ibnur, let's have your question.
I have a clarifying question. So earlier you mentioned about the steel industry. So it's your program specific to that industry. And number two would be because you're building a simulation ultimately, where are you getting your data points? Are they proprietary, protected, open source? And how could you ensure the accuracy and reliability of those data so that your simulation would get good policy recommendations?
Yeah, for the accuracy of the platform, we need to get shareable data from the stakeholders, the carbon intensive industries for their business plan, as well as the policy related data. And we have to do testing and optimize our simulation platform. And regarding the iron and steel industries, that is the first one we are choosing to start with, and later it is scalable to other industries also.
Any other questions or any other clarifying questions, judges? All right. Okay. If none, then we will move on to the feedback. Carla, let's hear from you first.
Yes, so thank you, Greenlands, for the presentation. I think, yeah, what you're covering right now is very pertinent with CBAM happening, especially full implementation in 2026. A lot of developing countries are going to need these kind of tools to be prepared. I think you are addressing two different audiences. One is the industries and the private sector, and the other one is the government of Thailand, right? So I think for the business model, is it important to understand which is going to be the timeline and your primary audience at the beginning? I assume it's going to be more on the private sector and the companies that want to prepare to remain competitive in this new kind of like a low carbon scenario. So important to get that. I don't know how much space it is at the government level in terms of specific solutions, because I work for UNDP and we have UNDP, we have the World Bank, we have the IDB working a lot of governments in simulations, policies. So just in mind to consider it doesn't mean that you cannot target a specific segment, but it's important that you acknowledge what are the other competitors on there to support your business model.
All right, thank you so much, Carla. Sandra, let's hear from you. Any feedback for the team?
Hi. So I think to echo on in terms of what Carla has actually mentioned, so you should definitely broaden in terms of your usership in a way. Who is your direct customers, other than from B2B and also the government space? It's just to make sure that, and also whether there could be another way to actually include machine learning in terms of AI component, where there could be possibility for your customers or your target audience to actually pump in additional information so that it can continue to learn. The reality is that, like what you mentioned, for this to work, you have to keep updating it with the latest policy changes. And actually, there is a lot of dynamics changed, not just from EU, which is affecting a lot from a geopolitics standpoint now. So how do you continue to make sure the updating of the information is actually quite live and instantaneous by actually using technology enabling it? That could be something that you could expand and elaborate on moving forward. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Sandra. Ibnur, let's hear your feedback.
Thanks so much. It's refreshing to see a simulation. So I love simulations, right? So I major in simulations back in uni. Some thoughts that come to my mind, you may want to consider partnering with an unconventional partner, and this is the gaming industry. The amount of scenarios that and insights that you can gain from gamers as well as game designers can be helpful when it comes to simulations. The other one that you may want to also think about, it's about the business modeling. I think it was mentioned by Carla earlier. The business modeling, if it's targeted to a particular industry, would affect the pricing, pretty much different for each sector. So this is something you may want to think deeper about, how you're going to position yourselves in the marketplace, considering that there are other competitors as well in this simulation digital twin market. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Ibnur, for your feedback. Lastly, let's hear Ratri's comments.
Okay. Oh, congratulations, Karwan Singh, for a very good presentation. I do have a bit of food for thoughts. I just want to build on Carla, Sandra, and Ibnur. I think two things that you can consider as you refine your problem statement. It's like, first is, who could be your low-hanging fruits partner that you can immediately tap into and take on board, and be a solid supporter and ambassador? Because again, building a knowledge network where, especially involving multiple stakeholders and private sector especially to come on board, it can take a while to convince to them. And most of the time, you really need to have a solid partnership model to really take them on board. Another thing is about the open source. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I might have wrong about that. But if you consider to have this open source, you need to also consider about the business practices that could be their proprietary, and they don't want to share it with a wider audience. So you need to take that into account. And then if you still like, no, we need to have this knowledge sharing as your key product offer, which makes sense, because again, climate issue and decarbonization is something that you need to invite multiple stakeholders into it. It's what kind of incentive or short-term economy benefits that the early adopter or your core member can enjoy, so they are willing to share any information or any inspiration on your platform. I think that would be food for thoughts from my side. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, judges, for your feedback. Now, with that, Team Green Lens, you have 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you. So go for it. The stage is yours.
So I would say first, thank you very much for your feedback. I really appreciate it. And our team, Green Lens, bring carbon sinks, our unique platform that brings the gap between policy and action, addressing sustainability at broader level by actively engaging industry and policy makers, driving us forward to achieve our climate goal. Let's make a difference together. Please vote for us. Our solution can be a key player in moving climate policy forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, team. A round of virtual applause for Green Lens. And with that, we will now be welcoming our 7th team, known as Sustain Loop. Now, their project drives a circular economy through transforming surplus into revenue by connecting communities with recyclers and upcyclers through AI. So Sustain Loop, take it away and all the best.
Thank you for the repeated introduction. Is the slide working?
Yes, it's working. We can see it.
Thank you. Imagine you're a business owner walking onto the factory floor each morning, only to see mountains of packaging, scrap materials, and outdated inventory headed for the landfill. Every minute, millions of resources are wasted, fueling the climate crisis. Rising temperatures, shrinking resources, and mounting pressure on businesses to adapt or be left behind. With businesses losing over $1 trillion every year due to inefficiencies in managing waste and surplus resources, our team has gathered to answer the most important question. What if that so-called waste could be reimagined, repurposed, and turned into revenue? Enter Sustain Loop, an AI-powered platform that transforms how businesses manage surplus and waste. We unify fragmented ecosystems into a single unified app, enabling businesses to list and exchange non-trade items among themselves or sell them to upcyclers and recyclers. We use predictive analytics to anticipate surplus materials before they become waste, matching them with potential buyers, saving you on storage costs, and unlocking new revenue streams. Plus, your business can track valuable data on cost saving and receive a real-time circularity score. Upon registration, the environmental footprint of each item will be automatically computed, taking into account the potential waste diversion achievable. You can access the app's demo by scanning this QR code. What distinguishes us the most is we will be the only all-in-one platform that offers leasing, AI-driven resource matching, predictive analytics, and an open list of treatable materials. In line with the ASEAN long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050, Sustain Loop strengthens supply chain resilience by reducing dependence on virgin resources, empowering businesses, creating green jobs, and directly tackling waste-driven carbon emissions. Sustain Loop enables the conversion of surplus materials into value with seamless enterprise integration, made even more feasible by industry readiness, abundant surplus resources, and strong policy support, driving circular economy adoption. Sustain Loop's go-to market strategy connects thousands of businesses, creating a dynamic solution and powerful network effect that taps into the $4.5 trillion circular economy, and it is expected to grow by 22.50% every year. Our team combines expertise in sustainable finance, AI engineering, environmental policy research, and organizational behavior management to tackle any challenge head-on. And already, Sustain Loop has gained support from businesses who wish to join our platform, with our pitch moved to the next stage with an ASEAN leading company incubator. We're here to invite you to join us. Together, let's keep everyone on the loop towards sustainability. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, team. That was very wonderful. Now I will open the floor to any questions from the judges. Okay, Rathri, let's hear from you.
All right, congratulations, Sustain Loop team. It's a very strong problem statement, unique value proposition, instantly hooking the audience, I would say. I do have a question though. If you're given 6 months to execute your plan, what is the first thing your team would prioritize to improve your solution? Thank you.
The first thing that our team would do to prioritize within that 6-month timeframe is actually deciding on which city we will establish our demo. The most important thing about our platform is actually identifying how waste interacts with each business. Each business has a very specific type of waste that we could turn into revenue. And we want to understand what the context is, for example, laws or policies, the regulations for that specific waste. And then we'll try to learn for our demo in the specific city to understand the different contexts from other cities in the same country. So we're aiming to establish locally until we branch out to other countries before we understand how exactly the dynamics of our platform will work, so that we could understand how businesses could interact with our platform and also how we could onboard them much more seamlessly.
Okay, Carla, next question, please.
Thank you to the team Sustain. Great presentation. Very, very concise. I really like it. So part of your solution is AI driving resource matching. And additionally, I saw in the next slide on your solution that you have user 1, user 2, and you kind of match the different needs that they have, right? So that in that sense, you depend on having different users that provide a different information to try to do this match. So how you envision to do that in order that you can have more people convinced to use this specific application? What are the strategies that you think moving forward?
So I'll answer part of the question. So after talking to businesses, because I interviewed I would say like around 5 to 10 businesses from F&B, and their main concern is about like the cost saving and also revenue generated. So we will be showing the revenue generated or ROI from the waste and the stuff that they trade or sell to others. So, and also we will show like the different metrics. For example, it will be also customized to each businesses. Yeah. Okay.
And I would like to add on to what Leon said, that we will focus on tangible, immediate benefits that resonate with businesses. For instance, reducing waste disposal costs and uncovering new revenue streams from surplus materials often show quick wins. And our platform also simplifies the process by seamlessly integrating with existing systems and minimizing additional workload for businesses.
Understand. Thank you so much, team. We will take the next question from Sandra.
Hi. So it's actually quite an innovative idea and great presentation. Is very clear. What I wanted you to elaborate on will be the part about the process chain. Ultimately, like what Carla has mentioned, is a matching in terms of who's from user A, what do they have, match to user 2. So there will be definitely events in terms of complaints, who's in charge of actually making sure the recycled materials are readily available, are in good conditions and all those stuff, the transport system, the upcycling process. I think it's basically is your slide 3. So you can actually elaborate a bit more of that. That will actually help us understand. Thank you.
Maybe I can add for that part. I am Ashraf, the one who doing the backend system for this. Actually, from our discussion with Manvita, Leon, Yijing, and also Joe, we found out that if the user who want to sell that, we put in the system first, the system will hold like in term of like 1 week before it will be like delivered to the upcycling business or recycling business. After that, it will go to that part. But in those period, it will find what is the nearest customer who wants that item accordingly. Yeah.
Add as well to Ashraf's answer. So if the material or the surplus waste is not bought or there's no business to match them with, the material will automatically go to our partnered upcyclers or recycling companies. So we aim to partner with a number of recycling companies or upcyclers in an area, and then we will sell it to them directly for a discounted price, since they will mostly benefit from this material. However, if we do have a matched business that wants that item, we have options for them to either front the logistic parts, they will transport the waste, or they could contract with one of our logistic partners that we will be negotiating with to transport that waste for them. So there will be a list of options for them to choose from, whichever works best for them.
Our priority in the end is going to be reducing the carbon footprint of the product, thereby reducing the waste generated in this world.
Okay, thank you so much, team, for the answers. We will now move on to hear from the judges their feedback. So, Ratri, we'll start with you.
Sure. Okay. It's one feedback that I would have, or more of like a suggestion, is you mentioned that you would like to pilot in several markets. If I'm not mistaken, I see it somewhere on your slides, to see how the response from each market. I actually would like to offer another angle. It's by hyper focus on one area first, or one city, or one specific businesses. Either it
Yeah.
could be on size, it could be on industry, and test your pilot pilot product from there. Simply because different city, different business, different vertical have their own practices, and the way they handle this excess products or extra furniture or anything that related to their business practices. So I believe there are going to be lots of learnings that you can get by just hyper focus on one area first and then build from there.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much.
Yes, another thing is that because there's a AI matching there, I actually curious on how is your solution is going to handle the fair element related to the cost, related to the resources that incurred from the transaction. Let's say one have an extra furniture, the other one is interested to buy, but who bear the cost for transport? Let's say like that, because eventually the businesses that going to use your platform may have certain constraint, right, or limited amount of resources. So think about that. Like, how do you make sure that your AI matching is actually taking into account the fair transaction element? That's all. Thank you.
Team, you had something to add on?
Yes, we actually completely agree with you. And with our ideation process, we actually decided to pick one city first in Malaysia. And our on-the-ground research found out that there's an underlying problem with recycling tires. So most of the tire shops are actually illegally disposing their tires. And we decided that there's a good market for us to introduce our platform for them to trade tires using Sustained Loops services.
All right, okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to Ibnur and hear his feedback.
Thanks so much. I've been playing around with your app, and I love the ease of use. I wish I had your app a few months ago, right? One of the thoughts that come to my mind is that beyond these businesses, you may also want to consider events where there's a lot of galleries, showcases, and at the end of each big major event, there's a lot of waste generated. So that could also be a partner that you may want to consider. The other one, it sounds pretty bad. It's like not really partnering, but keep an eye out for businesses or organizations that are closing down or going into bankruptcy. They also have a lot of assets that they need to get rid of. That could also be another source of materials that you can think a bit harder of how to redistribute it in a more sustainable manner. And maybe you can redirect it to other businesses that may be in need of those resources. The app is something which is already good at the current stage. Get more user feedback and inputs from business users, and I think that could be a good start to your business modeling. Will it be a subscription? Will it be a commission, etc.? All the best.
Thank you for your feedback. That was a very interesting angle.
Okay, thank you, Ibnur. That was indeed interesting. All right, let's move on to Sandra's feedback.
Hi. So I think if you can include interns and actually enhance further, especially the process chain, because ultimately I think your team also further elaborate and emphasize a lot of the reduction of actually carbon footprint. But what I actually feel could also become an issue at the end is actually you might not be able to reduce the carbon footprint because you're not monitoring how they are going through in terms of the life cycle assessment. Who is doing what, how they're transporting, what are they actually using, where is it going? So to me, actually that particular part of the whole process chain, looking at the challenges and mitigation part is actually quite critical for the success. I think it is a very innovative idea and technology, but how do you make sure that that part is actually being addressed throughout that whole process? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sandra. Let's move on and hear Carla's feedback.
Yeah, so just congratulations. I was reviewing your slides and I think you have covered all the points in a very, very clear manner. I like that you also include the policy side, that Malaysia is now has the presidents of the ASEAN. What is even the goal that they have for the future? That really speaks a lot about that you are understanding the market. So congratulations for that. Maybe just a suggestion, when you see the prices, I know that you are comparing with other apps in other locations like the US, and I don't know how it's gonna your customers are gonna react for a price that can be completely different on a small business in Malaysia with a small business in the US. So I see that your price is 190, others are 15, but do not include the material journey. Something that is still exploring at the end. I think the price is gonna be defined when you start working with customers, but important to keep an eye, especially at the beginning when you launch this.
All right, thank you, Carla, and thank you, judges, for the feedback. Sustainloop, you now have 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you. So go for it.
Thank you for the wonderful feedback, judges, and also for the audience for visiting us and supporting us for our platform. So what our goal is at Sustainloop is to really change the way people view waste. We're trying to reimagine waste into wealth. Communities and businesses are collaborating to transform surplus into opportunity, driving sustainability and profit. Sustainloop is the only all-in-one AI-powered platform that reimagines a surplus. We help businesses and communities predict, repurpose, and profit with AI-driven resource matching, leasing options, and an open marketplace, plus real-time circularity scores and environmental impact tracking. So starting in Malaysia, we're expanding to Singapore, the Philippines, India, and beyond. We'll be accelerating the shift to a circular economy. Vote for Sustainloop for the People's Choice Award and keep everyone on the loop. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sustainloop. Fantastic work. And with that, we will move on to the next team called Sustain IQ. They use IoT-enabled systems that help MRFs cut contamination, reduce methane, and streamline waste management. So Sustain IQ, the floor is yours, and all the very best.
May I start now?
Yes.
So good afternoon to all the judges, organizers, and participants. I'm Wenyi from Team Sustain IQ, and we're going to present you the Smart Cycling IoT-based system for improving MRF recycling and food waste detection. So in my team, we have, oh, sorry about that.
That's okay, just keep going.
So in my team, we have Cedric, me, Marriage, and also Faisal. So let's start with the problem statement. From our research, we have found that food waste covers about 44% in landfills, and it's about 90% of food wasted globally annually. This leads to our first major problem, which is food waste contaminates 25% of the recyclables, resulting in lower recycling rate. Secondly, the amount of food waste produced has cost $1 trillion loss too. Thirdly, food waste carries out anaerobic decomposition that reduces up to 10% of global greenhouse emission, mainly content of methane. Current MRFs cannot tackle this problem due to their lack of scalability, affordability, and also IoT technologies. So we propose a cost-effective smart cycling system in an MRF using IoT that uses real-time contamination tracking, AI-powered automated sorting, predictive analysis, and decentralized waste processing to reduce landfill dependency. So here is a brief schematic diagram of the gas sensor that we are designing. Moving on to the block diagram of our system, and our system is proposed to be powered by solar energy, and the data source will be the MRF. Then 5 sensors are used for detection, and data will be sent to the electronic components of the data will be saved in cloud service for further processing. To visualize the process flow, Starting with measuring the weight, moisture, and methane level, data is sent for analysis. Next, the system will check the presence of food waste. If yes, separation mechanism is activated. If no, usual route will be continued. In the separation mechanism, it's separated into three options: food waste, recyclable materials, and also partially contaminated recyclables, according to the moisture and methane level detected. Then they will end up in composing, recycling, or required cleaning bins respectively. Here is a brief monitoring application for our system that includes calendar interface, IoT name selection, contamination percentage display, dashboard, and also facility level data. Our system aims for small and medium-sized MRF municipalities in developing regions and impact investors. We would like to emphasize that our system improves sorting efficiency, reduces economic loss, and also adherence to environmental standards. So the basic setup for IoT that we are using costs about 40 to 70 USD.
3 seconds left.
So we have total of 8 uniqueness of our system include hybrid sorting, modular design, and also energy efficiency. A brief comparison is made between the three options, and we can see that our solution provides the most optimal system in terms of cost, scalability, and integration with the existing system. In terms of sustainability, we support circular economy, reduce MRF waste, and also promote community involvement in waste reduction, focusing on MRF in Asian regions. So lastly, of course, we seek guidance by collaboration for pilot implementation, funding, and community engagement. That's all for SustainIQ. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, team, for the wonderful presentation. Judges, do we have any questions for the team? Okay, Ratri, we'll start with you.
Hey, congratulations, SustainIQ, for a very interesting solution using smart cycling. I do have a question regarding to the operation and technical element. It's what do you think would be your biggest technical and operational barriers that you foresee when you implement this or deploy this to the market, and how do you plan to overcome that? Thank you.
I think the barrier that we might face might be the AI power and also IoT that we have to combine it together to work together to get the most accurate result when applying in the MRF, and also because we are focusing in the small size and also medium size MRF, so we might need a professional trainer to train the workers in the factory and the MRF to allow them to know how to actually operate the system that we have created and how to actually check the accuracy and also the analysis that we result in is feasible for their process.
Okay, thank you, team. We'll take the next question from Carla.
Yeah, thank you, SustainIQ team, for the great presentation. If you can go to the slide where you have the target audience and impacts. This is something I want to understand because you did a great job explaining the technology behind, and it is very clear that you have thought about the process, but I want to understand more on the logistics part, right? Who is your customer here? Are you going to partner with the municipalities who have usually the competence on food waste, or you're going to work specifically at the private side with a specific companies? I want to understand ideally who will be your customer of this specific solution. Yeah.
Okay, I can take on that. Our team we want to focus on the municipal side of things, the government sides, because these MRFs, they have the funding, but they lack the technology for this problem. So what we're aiming to is to integrate our solution or project into these MRFs to help them come up with a solution to the contamination issues regarding food waste and the recycling in MRF's facilities.
Okay, thank you, team. Any other questions, judges? Okay, Sandra.
Hi, could you actually share and elaborate a bit more of the process flow? So ultimately, you're building a digital solution, and I'm assuming there's a mechanism that needs to be built to be able to do segregation, which we know is the very big problem. For the problem that's actually coming in is the actual segregation. And if you can actually elaborate a bit more of how the exact way and whole process, that would be actually good. Thanks.
So I will take on that. But before that, I would like to clarify that first, one of our teammates is expert of this designing of the process, but she's not able to make it today. So I will elaborate on what we have discussed before. So for the process flow, as I mentioned before, it will start with the measurement of weight, moisture, and methane levels. Using the 5 sensors we are aiming for. The reason that we are using 5 sensors and not only the methane sensors, because it provides a better accuracy on the methane level and also the moisture level that we are measuring in the system. And then the data measured by the sensors will be sent to the AI power analysis for reports and also dashboard insight that I showed before that in the application. And so basically when there is food waste detected, means the moisture level and also the methane level. According to our research, 25%, more than 25% of moisture level will be detected as food waste, and it should have more than 500 ppm methane using the sensors that we are using. And the moisture level for the recyclable materials and also contaminated recyclables will be depend on the percentage and also ppm that measure using the sensor we use. So when this sensor detect the different amount of moisture and methane, it will trigger the separation mechanism. So for example, the food waste is detected, and then the separation mechanism will be activated, that they will know that this is food waste and need to be decomposed, need to be sent to the composting bin for recycling purpose in the decomposition system. Yeah, and for the recyclable materials, it will be sent to the recycling bin according to the moisture and also methane octane. So lastly, for the partial contaminated recyclable material, it will be sent to the required cleaning bin, which means that we have a further process to clean the materials. For example, spray-based cleaning and also vibration-based cleaning to allow the materials to be as high quality as they can to be recycled and reused again.
Okay, so just for my understanding, so in terms of if I'm a restaurant who actually have food waste that's identified, so this separate mechanism, basically they'll collect all the food waste, right? And then in this mechanism, they will be the one separating it, but it won't be the restaurant's responsibility, right? To basically segregate in terms of these 3 different bins.
No, because our system we plan to implementing in the material recovery facility. So means that all the trash and also garbage that provided by the residents, also the business, will be sent by the garbage truck to the MRF, and our system will have this separation mechanism in there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's clear. Thanks.
All right. Okay. So that will be all the questions for today. We'll move on to the feedback from the judges. But before we do so, we have one quick question from a viewer. So let's hear it.
Okay, as a startup, I'm trying to figure out, are you focused only at the sensor mechanism, which means to detect moisture and methane, and then somehow you kind of like connect your sensors to their system, but they already have the separation mechanisms, right? So basically you are kind of like activating the algorithms to channel, or is it you're providing both the sensor as well as the separation technology for the MRS? From what I understand, usually MRS, they already have the separation technologies. And then there's also the other question, like why not just have an AI camera to kind of see, oh, there's contamination, or there's no contamination?
Yeah, actually, regarding the MRFs, they do have an existing facility for sorting these waste. But what we're aiming for is to accurately separate food waste, contaminated food waste, into the recyclable materials such as plastics and other things. So why not an AI camera? So our member the one when Fang Wenyu mentioned, is that she mentioned that this technology, it's cheaper than those that are existing in the market, such as AI cameras. As what we have shown earlier, this technology aims to provide a cheaper alternative to these MRFs, even though they have their fundings. They have their limitation in terms of sorting these contaminated food contaminated wastes. So yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, judges, for the questions, and team for the responses. We will now move on to some quick feedback and hear from Rathri first.
Hey, thank you. Quick feedback is I really like your problem statement and very clear on the process flow. Just one thing that I would like to highlight as you move forward is like make sure that your solution is actually have a balance between environmental benefit, which is very, very strong, with the social equity, by making sure that the marginalized community, especially because you mentioned earlier that you would like to focus on the municipalities and then the small, medium size of MRV facility, which is heavily rely on informal worker, they're not being left behind. And you can actually think of a trade-off that, let's say, your solution can improve the accuracy of separation mechanism, which is what we needed in order to have a better rate of recycling. You can actually provide some kind of a trade-off for the current informal worker that may have a reservation towards your solution, and see your solution as more like a way to upskill their skill and help them find a more dignified job. That's all from my side. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rathri. Ibnur, let's hear from you.
I feel it's a brilliant solution, possibly scalable. I wasn't expecting the use of Arduino for this kind of implementation. Because most of the time when people share with me their ideas about this segregation thing, it's always AI camera. But yeah, actually you can use moisture and methane to do that. So I thought that was an innovative way of doing it. And I think moving forward, the data that you collect is in itself also the next possible business model. Now then you can identify which are you can go for the upstream, and you can even give recommendations to municipalities that, okay, this area, they always contaminate, right? Another district, they are very good at segregation, right? So then you kind of roughly know how to make it work. Yeah, Raspberry Pi could also work as well, yeah, based on the chat. Yeah, thanks so much for the inputs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ibnur. Sandra, let's hear from you.
Hi, a quick one. I think you see the commonality in terms of questions. So if there's more clarity, and then I should zoom in on how exactly is the whole segregation success that could be done, because you're very reliant of the segregation facility, which majority of time, frankly, that would be where bulk of your challenges will come in, because you will need to train, of course, the labor force and all those stuff, making sure that it's actually segregated correctly and the accuracy of it actually being done. But from an idea, I do think it is actually a really great idea to actually solve a lot of food waste problems. It's just more of the whole segregation facility process. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Sandra. Carla, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, team. Very, very good presentation. I like how you are very specific on the how. Usually the how is the thing that most of the teams fail, but you did a good job explaining the process behind. I think the partnerships here are going to be critical, as you bring the technology, right? But it's basically with the material recovery facility who's making this work. So I think this is something that I would put it up front to clarify how it's going to be this kind of partnership model that you kind of embedded in your flow. So we have here maybe the technology process flow, but additionally I would have a flow where you have the different actors involved.
Okay, thank you so much, Carla, and the judges for your feedback. Sustain IQ, you now have 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so for us, sustainability isn't just a word, it's a lifelong advocacy. So we embrace sustainability by empowering communities to segregate waste accurately. By integrating AI-driven decision-making and real-time feedback, we help to reduce the mix-up of food waste from other wastes. We promote proper recycling and also encourage responsible waste management. So together, we sincerely hope for your support to drive a cleaner, greener future. Thank you so much.
All right, great job, Sustain IQ. With that, let's welcome our next team, which is eConnect. Now, their project matches investors and entrepreneurs using AI to fund climate adaptation projects and startups. So eConnect, over to you and all the very best.
Now, first and foremost, is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes.
All right.
So you can begin whenever you're ready.
All right. It's not full screen.
It's not, so you might want to go into present mode.
Oh, all right. Give me a sec. Right, can you see it now?
Yes, we can. So take it away when you're ready.
We all know how urgently our world needs help. Many startups are setting up to tackle the climate crisis, but they struggle to get the funding, partnership, and expert support. As a result, 70 to 90% of them have failed. And that's where we came in. Ladies and gentlemen, we present you eConnect, a matchmaking platform that combines AI with crowdfunding to help climate startups to grow. By analyzing impact and returns with our unique features, we connect them with the right investor and partners. So how does it work? eConnects connect 3 types of users, all passionate about climate action. Through our Econ community, they can discover climate projects nearby and connect with others who share their mission. For startups, we provide the space to showcase their projects once they pass our screening process for credibility, and after joining, they will gain AI-powered project visibility to attract investors and access funding once an investor commits. They also get support by linking up with NGO and experts. For investors, eConnect make it easy to find verified high-impact climate startups due to all projects being pre-screened and the help of AI-powered ROI and impact assessment. Our all-or-nothing model and return policy ensure investments are secure and impactful, while our simple funding system helps them confidently to fund projects that match their values. eConnects collaborate with key partners such as NGOs and government agencies to provide startups with the essential resources and opportunities. With eConnect, we are creating a strong and supportive network to help the climate solution succeed.
These features are what makes eConnect unique in comparison to climate project platforms available online. In fact, its benefit does not only limit itself to just the expedition of the impact to be brought by these climate projects, but it also indirectly causes 3 things. Number 1, it ensures there's a line of green jobs available for the youth of today. Number 2, it ensures the perseverance of innovation when it comes to climate as well as its scalability. And number 3, by the end of the day, it helps in the creation of a more sustainable and resilient community. When it comes to our revenue model, we have 3 types. We have the one of registration fee, the commission fee, and the ad revenue. And I want to shift your focus on the left side here. As you can see, our yearly operational cost only goes up to 15K. And in comparison to our financial projection within the next 5 years to 100K and the next 10 years to become 700K, the financial sustainability can be well proven over here. When it comes to technicalities, we have identified the key development tools as well as the parameters for the assessment, ensuring that our solution can give out the output successfully. And eConnect does not only plan to stay within the Malaysian as well as the climate adaptation project market,
30
but also
seconds left.
expands to the national as well as climate mitigation projects as well. And this is all possible with our team from multiple different backgrounds as well as nationalities. And what we ask is basically starting capital to fund our development of a project as well as partnerships to ensure the successful implementation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Team eConnect, for the presentation. Judges, do we have any questions? Okay, Sandra.
Hi, could you actually elaborate a bit more? Because your target audience is actually, I mean, in a way, you're matching basically those who are startups to their potential investors. So especially in terms of attracting investors to be on board actually, and also being able to fund and grant them, how are you going to, I think in your solution, where will it showcase in terms of the impact evaluation portion for them to assess their choice of actually who to invest on the startup level?
I think you're muted.
So let me take that question. So basically how it works is actually the users are able to determine the preference and roles. For example, if they're investors, they can put their role as an investor and their preference is to be matched to like potential startups out there. And they can set their preferences as well, whether it be in terms of flood monitoring, agriculture, etc. And utilizing these filters, the AI will match them accordingly. And what happens is that they will be given couple of profiles for different startups and they can choose which one they want accordingly. And when they click on that profile, what happens is that they will gain information regarding the project itself as well as the impact assessment, as you can see over here. So basically this portion here will be shown on the profile. So they can see that the impact assessment as well as their ROI assessment as well. So that's how it works.
Okay.
To also add, we also do not just focus on the preferences of the climate startups, but we also provide the most suitable investors and technical, whether may it be in the financial or technical expertise to the startups for them to thrive in the competitive market.
Okay, Rashmi will hear the next question from you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. It's a very interesting idea. Good job, eConnect. I do have a quick question related to your all or nothing model. I think I seen one of your page, I think page 2. So I just want to understand from your side, what is your consideration to basically have this feature all or nothing model, especially for climate adaptation project? Thank you.
I'll take the question. So we have chosen all or nothing models to provide a safety net for investors so that we will be setting some milestones that the climate startups will have to achieve so that they can maintain those fundings and reach their goals on our website. So in a way, to build trust from investors, we want to provide them some safety net so that they know that if the organization or the startup is not achieving those milestones, they will be refunded the investment that they had made. So it's for a safety net from the investment side.
I think you're in mute, Aisha.
Sorry. May I add on also, when it comes to the milestones, it is actually going to be also determined by the startup themselves. So they know their own capabilities, they know their own roadmap, so they set accordingly. And basically what will happen is that these milestones are just going to be the ones that are going to be measured against, and to ensure basically that security as well as a feeling of trust between the investor users as well as the startups are well established on our platform.
And to also add, I think with the all or nothing model, this will also ensure cost-effective solutions and that their progress are also in line to what they're aiming for.
Okay, thank you, team. Judges, do we have any more questions? If not, we'll hear from you.
Thanks so much. So I'm a super crowdfunder. I think over 100 inventors I've crowdfunded and also crowdfunded myself. It sounds like Kickstarter. So that's one. And I'm trying to figure out like what would make startups want to go to you more rather than having a greater access to the global Kickstarter community. That's number one. Number two would be how are you ranking these startups such that an investor or a crowdfunder knows which one to put my money at? What's your algorithm or the index that you're using to rank a startup? What do you look out for?
maybe I can just kickstart on answering this question. So firstly, how we differ from Kickstarter comes in many ways. Well, firstly is the fact that we focus specifically for climate projects, and in this case, climate adaptation projects, because in comparison to like other climate projects out there, climate adaptation tends to get the most visibility as well as like funding in comparison to the rest. So we make this platform, we start off with them specifically in order to make it easier to like basically streamline those people who have a vested interest into it. Secondly is the fact that when it comes to climate projects, adaptation especially, it comes in a long term. So that means you cannot see the return of investment immediately. So the way that you can actually like get people's attention and maintain that attention is basically make sure that you have a form of like, number one, impact as well as trust. So that's where the impact assessment comes in. So impact assessment will show that this particular project will benefit this particular area specifically. And when it comes to trust, we have the due diligence as well as the milestones, right? And then you asked about like how we rank the project itself. So in this case, we don't exactly rank, but what we do is we do an impact assessment. So if you notice on the technical feasibility side here, over down there is a parameters for impact assessment. So there are 3 parameters that we follow, which is number one, the Green Climate Fund framework when it comes to assessing whether or not they should give funding to a particular startup or project, and also the Malaysian social as well as environmental impact assessment. So we use these information also with the regarding like areas that this project is in to be able to properly assess like how impactful is this project in the short term, in the long term, as well as its ROI. So I hope that answers your question.
And adding to what
Okay, you go, Sunaida.
Adding to what Aisha said, for attracting climate adaptation startups, we will be giving, for the first year, we will be giving free signups so that more startups can get on board on our website.
To also add, one of our unique selling points is we also have a priority funding on which the marginalized groups will be prioritized, as I mentioned. And then this will also ensure that the solutions or startups will remain relevant to their own localities, and thus ensure that we will reach climate, that we will also combat relevant challenges as well.
Maybe I want to add on for the AI implementation. So for the initial phase, for the first few years, the AI will be utilizing the parameters that Aisha already mentioned, and also after the platform is going on for the next few years, like after successful projects and so on, the successful project from our platform will be used as a historical data for AI model training, so to give like a more accurate ROI and impact assessment in the future.
All right, thank you so much, team, for the Q&A. We will now move on to feedback, and we will first hear Ratri's feedback for the team.
Okay, thank you so much. Only feedback that I have is actually more of follow-up on the question that I have related to the all or nothing model. Actually, for climate adaptation project, I think it's worth to also consider that some of the project may not have metrics that can be measured on the short term. So some could be, but most of the time you need a long-term project to really see the outcome, to see the theory of change happens on the ground. So I would, if I may suggest, consider to have 2 kind of a metrics for all the projects that, let's say, listed on your solution. Is that you have a short-term metrics that again can be, like you mentioned, can be used to as a safety net for the investor, and a long-term success that can actually boost and be your unique selling point compared to other similar platform, right? That means that you are there not only as a listing of a project, but you actually be like a close partner for the startup that needs long-term support, not only from the investor, but also from the entire ecosystem. And I think another way to look at it is, because I understand that you want to say that, oh, this is for a safety for the investor. But think again, because investor is not one creature. They are multiple, and different investors have a different risk appetite, and they have a different mandate when they get into impact investment. So they might be okay to have a long-term project as long as this is really a sustainable solution that can really benefit people and planet. So don't treat the investor as one big creature that have same risk appetite, while in reality they have a different. So think about again what kind of a mandate that you want to have in their investment portfolio. That's all feedback from me. Congratulations.
All right, thank you, Ratri. Let's hear from Ibnur.
I think you've persuaded me to consider your solution other than Kickstarter. So when you're up, please kind of like spread the word about your platform. Because investment is also about the human element of it. I invest usually in projects that has a very strong story. This is something that you may want to consider a bit more on your platform, to also look at how the impact storytelling and the narratives that the various startups or the inventors have on their platform. And by having a lot of this human aspect of the on the platform, it may actually create a stronger movement around your platform to differentiate yours from Indiegogo and Kickstarter, and then you build a very human and as well as a very impact focused community that may actually have a higher conversion rate than Kickstarter itself. Yeah. So yeah, well done. I'll keep it up.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibnur. Let's hear from Sandra.
Hi. So actually, I think it's quite an interesting idea. So what something to enhance further will be, in order to actually building on Ibnur's actually point, is because I'm not sure whether this current solution actually continues after they are matched. Looking at whether the actual accuracy of the outcomes that it was expecting that was actually stated in terms of the impact assessment. With the majority of time, to be frank, there could be a lot of overclaims, but then in actual life, when you actually conduct the reality of hitting in terms of those metrics, those outcomes take a lot longer. And what were some of the challenges? So I'm not sure from this particular solution, how far do you track, I think, a success case before you actually, of course, and agree to building in terms of impact story, which is very important. So as long as they are matched, and then that's done. So yeah, so I think the portions about post-matching will be actually quite interesting to enhance further. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sandra. Lastly, let's hear Carla's feedback.
Thank you, We Connect. Very good presentation. I really like the flow of the different components. Congratulations to the team. I can see that you have worked a lot on the idea. Just maybe a recommendation, when you talk about investors, you put different audiences in only one basket. You put angel investors, VC, governments. I know you only have 3 minutes to present this, but as Radri was saying, they have different profiles. They look for different things. Usually governments, they have a specific kind of grants, not necessarily only for profit. So I think it's important you make these distinctions in your pitch, so you understand that you are very clear about who are going to be these potential investors, and don't put everyone on one basket.
Okay, thank you so much, judges, for your feedback. And now eConnect, you have 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you. So go for it.
You did, all right. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So let me first start by saying thank you so much to the judges for your feedbacks. So I would like to say, ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world where climate adaptation startups have all the resources, networks, and expertise they need to thrive. But right now, only few of these startups actually succeed. And this is where eConnect comes in. eConnect is a groundbreaking platform that bridges the gap between climate adaptation startups and the resources they need. We utilize AI as well as traditional crowdfunding to streamline the process of connecting high-impact startups with investors, climate enthusiasts, and experts. And our solution, our platform also leverages ROI and impact analysis as well. With eConnect, we're not just funding startups, we're building a global network of climate innovators, mobilizing resources and driving transformational change. Our goal is to expedite the impact of climate adaptation projects, contributing to the global sustainability goals like climate action and economic growth. So vote for us. So yeah.
Okay, fantastic job, eConnect. Thank you for that. Now, finally, we have the last team, Team Nexus. They're working on enabling producers to track and buy back plastic waste for EPRA compliance while rewarding consumers for recycling. So Team Nexus, take it away, and all the very best.
You're looking at the future of waste management, EcoLoop, the groundbreaking solution born out of Climate Hack. But before we dive into the solution, let's talk about the problem. Our planet is drowning in plastic waste. Every day, used packaging from producers ends up in dam sites, oceans, and even our bodies. It's a global crisis, and it's only getting worse. Here's the good news. The Extended Producer Responsibility Act, or EPR Act, now requires producers to recover 80% of their plastic waste by 2028. It's a bold goal, but achieving it is no small feat. That's where EcoLoop comes in. EcoLoop is a cutting-edge platform designed to help producers account their used plastic waste. In partnership with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, or DNR, we're making it easier for companies to comply with the EPR Act while driving the country toward better waste management practices. Here's the game changer. EcoLoop uses advanced AI technology to connect recyclers, producers, and nearby consumers. Think of it as a high-tech matchmaking service for waste. This creates the most efficient and profitable recycling system ever imagined. For consumer, it even gets better. Simply create an account, sell your collected trash at competitive prices, and earn rewards with every transaction. Use those rewards to exchange for sustainable items. It's like getting paid to save the planet.
Now let's talk about feasibility. Big companies face thousands of dollars in penalties if they fail to comply with the EPR Act. With EcoLoop's efficiency and ease of use, compliance becomes seamless. It's a win-win. Avoid penalties, save money, and enhance your brand's reputation as a sustainability leader. The DENR will have access to our servers for real-time monitoring, ensuring every company complying with the EPR Act subscribes to EcoLoop. But EcoLoop isn't just about compliance. It's about creating real, measurable impact. Let's break it down. The impact for the environment, the social, and economic. Our vision doesn't stop here. If successful, we will try to expand to other countries and also accept other types of waste. And our ultimate mission is to help by reducing plastic waste by 80% by 2028. And this is the team behind EcoLoop. And so what's the bottom line? EcoLoop is more than just an app. It's a movement. It's a way to turn plastic waste into profit, empowers producers, recyclers, and consumers, and create a cleaner and greener future. When we work together, we can turn trash into treasure and make sustainability the new normal. Together, let's close the loop with EcoLoop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, team, for the presentation. Judges, do we have any questions? Okay, Ratri has one, so we will start with her.
Okay, thank you so much. Interesting presentation, interesting problem that you're trying to solve. And I would say this is not an easy problem to solve, but congratulations on laying it very clear on how we can provide a better working solution for this. I just want to play devil advocate a bit here. Don't take it too seriously or personal, but I just wondering, simply because what hooked me is actually the one slide on slide 11 that you put Nestle, Unilever, Coca-Cola, Marlboro, and Evian as, I would say, your partner or your target audience. Unfortunately, all this brand, whether we like it or not, they're also the biggest polluter when it comes to plastic, right? Lots of researchers actually show that. So I'm just wondering if you have to pitch this solution to a very skeptical audience, say the industry leader who resists to change, what would be your most compelling data points or argument that you would like to use to convince them to give it a try first? See if you see the benefit from that. How would you do that? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. This is the exact reason that we place these companies here, because they are the top polluters, and they have to pay for the penalties. This is a law already in the Philippines. Unfortunately, it's not yet been implemented, and what we're trying to do is make it easier for the companies to track all their used waste and avoid penalties. So we're talking about 250,000 USD of penalties if they're not able to recover 80% of their used plastic waste. So what we're giving them is efficiency, ease of doing business and standardization. So that's really a big thing. They will really get their ROI immediately after they subscribe to our application. So that's just a little amount of money for them.
Okay, thank you, team. Do we have any other questions to the from the judges? Carla has one, so we'll move to her.
Yeah, thank you very much, team, for the presentation. Can we go back to your business model when you have the recyclers in the middle and then you have the other stakeholders? I just want to understand here, what is the profile of this recycler? Are we talking about the waste pickers on the street usually that recycle items, or are we talking about companies? I want to understand the profile of this one.
We're talking about the companies, the one who treat the waste, the one who compact the waste, and the one who collect the waste. So there's a similar I also want to address a similar question that was raised to Sustain Loop about the whose burden it is. So it's actually the recyclers. We're going to collect the waste and then transport it to the companies. So basically, they're going. What we're getting from them are transaction fees, and what we're getting from the companies are subscription fees. And for the consumers, for you people, it's actually for free. And there's a reward system. Every time you transact, every time you collect your waste, every time you transact, then you get points, and then from the points you can exchange them for valuable rewards. So yeah, that's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, team. Do we have any questions from the judges? Sandra, yes.
Hi. So quick question is, okay, so recycling is a wicked problem. It has been there for decades or centuries. So how, with your solution, is actually unique to basically address an issue that a lot of people are trying to address, and with different solutions? What have you seen that's worked, has not worked? What are all the different biases from your producers? Because you have three levels, right? Your producers, your consumers, and the three stakeholders that you have, to make this a success that you think are some of the challenges that you actually face.
Thank you for that. Good question, Sandra. So we're just utilizing the law. The law is new, but unfortunately they're having hard time implementing the law. So we're partnering with the Ministry of Environment, and then they will be the one to really our biggest supporter. So what we're actually doing is for making everything easier for everyone. So every company has different solutions. So Nestle has a solution, Coca-Cola has a solution. What we're doing is make it more easier for DNR to accept a standardized one platform, one template. So it's a solution for all, and it's actually a win-win also for these companies, because it will be easier for them to look for to match for recyclers for their because they have different types of plastic. So there's LDPE, there's TPE. So there are different types of plastic they're using, and the AI will be the one to match them to the best or to their respective recyclers. So yeah, it's a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, team and judges, for the Q&A. We will now move on to hear the feedback. So Ratri, we'll begin with you.
Hey, thank you so much, and great presentation. I really like it, and I really like the fact that you actually emphasize on the recent policy from the Philippines to enforce this plastic producer to be more accountable. So I would say keep up the good idea, build from it, beef up your business models because by the end of the day, it's a long-term war, and it's not an easy path if you would like to build on this further. So you need to make sure that you be able to make money to sustain your work, and also build influence and get the policymaker on your side to work together and enforce this. keep up the good work. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ratri. Can we move on to hear Ibnoor's feedback, please?
Yes, as Sandra mentioned, it's a wicked problem for recycling. So it's good to have more people to look at this. I think one feedback which I usually give to people who are trying to build platforms, we have the B2C and the B2B, to also consider the general public, not just as consumers, but we can also be repurposers. We can be also active agents as makers, as producers of ideas. So one example which I'm currently doing at my company, we work closely with L'Oreal. So L'Oreal, even despite of the law and legislations, right? L'Oreal has a lot of plastic bottles and waste. So we actually use those items as a resource for us to build our floating farms. And in return, the community or the general public, they also join us in building these floating farms. And with these floating farms, it actually enhances L'Oreal's branding. So the thing that you may want to think about is like, in the absence of any legal enforcement or any policy implementation at the government level, if it fails, right, could you come up with a value proposition to these companies that they will still would like to participate in this, whatever the legal structure or legal implementations that happen. So if you can kind of like figure this out, and if you can attract even the climate skeptics and the climate deniers, then that would actually put your solution as a very viable solution moving forward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ibnoor. We will now hear Sandra's feedback.
Hi. So thanks for responding to my question. I think the further things to build on is actually put that proposition. It's actually a very strong proposition of why it will be success. First, you're actually leveraging in terms of policy change. That's one. Second, you are talking about one standard platform. So your challenge will be, how do you get everybody to be in this platform? And then how do you address, I think in terms of the adoption level, it'd be good to hear on that part as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. We will hear from Carla.
Thank you to the Ecolub team. Very, very nice presentation. I also, when I was reviewing the slides, I saw that you come from different countries. So even though this project is starting now in Philippines, I'm sure it will maybe scale to other countries that you are from. From my perspective, it is a very, very good idea. The only thing is, the key part is how, you engage recyclers, how you engage the private sector to use the app. I saw that you have some rewards for the consumers. I think on the other side, on the recyclers, they need to see this added value to use the app, and it's gonna depend on the number of users as well. So yeah, great idea. And one thing that maybe I missed in the presentation, and I'm not sure in Philippines, you have other similar startups or other similar apps working on this. So it's always very, very important that when we are doing this kind of pitches, we make sure that we showcase that we have understand the market, and there's always other alternative solutions, and we understand where we fit within this. Thank you and congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Thank you, judges, for the feedback. Team Nexus, you now have 1 minute to pitch to the audience why they should vote for you. So go for it.
All right, thank you. So I'm just going to sing it out, so to break the nerves. So here it is. Do you wanna earn some cash from trash? Throw those sachets, make it last. Ecolub's here, it's time to see how waste can turn to money. It's not about the landfill space, it's about a greener place. So scan that trash and earn rewards. Sustainability's the new accord. It's not about the price now, it's not about a fee. It's about the planet and the future we see. We're closing the U-loop. Yeah, we're making it right. Yeah, Ecolub's the movement. Let's unite tonight. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, team. You can consider singing as an alternative career. Okay, and with that, we have wrapped up all of our pitch presentations. Can we please have a huge round of virtual applause for all of our teams present over here? Your ideas, passion, and dedication to tackling climate challenges have truly been inspiring. And before our judges head backstage to deliberate, let's have a quick group photo with all the judges and the team. So I request everybody to please turn your cameras on and look at the camera and smile while our team clicks some quick photos. Okay, are we good? We're good? Okay, thank you so much, everyone. And now it is your turn, our audience, to participate in the result in the People Choice Award voting. So the People Choice Award is where you, our audience, gets to choose your favorite pitch. So the team with the most votes will receive the opportunity to visit Singapore on a learning journey along with our top 3 scoring teams. So make sure that you show your support. So what you have to do is you have to scan the QR code or visit the link you see on your screen or your chat box. And you have 5 minutes to cast your votes before we close the poll. So take a moment, think about which teams impressed you the most and get your votes in. So you have 5 minutes starting now. So we will close the voting lines at 1:15 p.m. Singapore time. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope that you have casted your votes now for your favorite teams. And while our judges deliberate and we tally the votes for People's Choice, we're excited to hear from some of our amazing partners who have played a key role in making Climate Hack 2024 possible. So these organizations are at the forefront of tech innovation, sustainability, and social impact, and we're honored to have them share their insights with us today. So first up, we will be welcoming back a familiar face, Ratri from DataKind Singapore, who also served as a judge today to share more about DataKind's work. DataKind ran a Data Science 101 workshop with the participants and volunteered as technical consultants, mentors, and judges. So Ratri, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rubab. And hi, everyone. It's me again. And I would like just quickly share about DataKind and our work in developing data science solution to serve the good of many. Next slide. So what is DataKind? DataKind is actually a global nonprofit. We started back in 2012 in the US, and we are have grown into a global nonprofit where we harness the power of data science and AI in the service of humanity. Next slide. What we do, we work with mission-driven organization ranging from social enterprise, NGO, government bodies, as well as international development organization to unlock their data science potential ethically and responsibly. We actually a team of talented volunteer experts working across industry, both from tech as well as government, with visionary social actors to collaboratively design innovative solutions to answer and solve tough social challenges. So what we do actually, next slide, is we sit down with the social organization, and together we identify their data and their AI opportunities. Again, we need to emphasize that not all social problem can be solved with technology, but as much as possible, we believe when organization is able to make a decision based on their data, it will create opening up to more opportunities, both from their work as well as the beneficiaries they work with. So once we sit together with the social organization, we will then together identify the problem and work together with a team of pro bono experts to build a certain solution to be able to solve the problem. And third, we stick around. So we not just create a product from 0 to 1, but we actually going to stick around with the social organization to ensure that the solution that being built by our dedicated volunteer actually being used and the impact is achieved short term as well as a long term. Next slide. Now, after more than 10 years of operation, we have developed and we have grown, and we have 5 chapters around the world. We have chapters 3 in the US, in San Francisco, New York, and DC, as well as another chapter in the UK, Bangalore, as well as Singapore. Next slide. So it might have you ask a question that how is AI is actually being used in the social sectors. We have lots of example, but quickly to go through it. One is we can help optimizing a service delivery to promote a dignity, health, and sustainable livelihood in Haiti, especially after the hurricane, using what we call a route optimization. Next slide. Which the route optimization is allowing organization to manage the cost and logistic of transportation more effectively by planning their routes given the limited capacity that they have on localities that they serve. Next slide. The same route optimization solution can actually also be used not only for disaster management, but also can help more healthcare worker to deliver their product, such as immunization or certain medication that needs to be maintained in a controlled environment, and as well as be able for frontliner help to carry a logbook that is can speed up the process of healthcare interaction. Next slide. The same, again, solution can be used to improve the access to safe sanitation by helping our partner in Nairobi, it's called Sanergy, to be able to serve more customers and reducing the operational costs by making sure the route that they choose to pick up and deliver a product is the most optimal in terms of cost and time. Another case studies is about mapping the fire risk in the localities in the US by identifying how many or which localities that actually have a working smoke alarm that can help prevent the spread of the fire. That's some of the example that we have. Next slide. But overall, here are the few opportunities that can be looked at on how data science can help nonprofit organization and social enterprise. There's a different way data science can help nonprofit and align with organization personal data journey. We usually will start with data and looking at the data potential and understand the communities that they're serving. This can also help the nonprofit and social organization to communicate their scope to external stakeholders. And further along in their journey, the data project can help save time, both internal as well as volunteer, scale their operation or service delivery, as well as anticipate the future needs of nonprofit organization or social enterprise. Overall, when DataKind is doing a project with social organization, we make sure that we follow 6 steps of project processes to make sure that both of the DataKind and social organization achieve the agreed objective and goals. We start by discovering a potential fit with DataKind mission and vision, followed by exploring the data and dive deeper to the challenges and problem statement, and followed by preparing for the project and execute it together with the volunteer. We're going to execute the project, sharing the final solution, and together we evaluate and checking back on what worked and where we could have done better as a teamwork. That's a bit about DataKind. If you're interested, you can check our work on datakind.org or follow us on the social media. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Okay, thank you so much, Ratri, for the wonderful and the insightful presentation. Next up, we are going to be hearing from Ram, who is the social impact lead at Cognizant, who will be sharing about their community work. So Cognizant ran a generative AI workshop on prompt engineering for our participants. And thank you, Cognizant, for that. Now let's hear from them through a pre-recorded message.
Hello everyone, my name is Ram and I'm from Singapore. A quick introduction of myself. I manage the social impact initiatives in Cognizant for Singapore, Malaysia and Thailand. And just to share briefly with you about our organization, Cognizant is a global technology company that provides IT services, consulting and digital transformation solutions. We are headquartered in New Jersey and our purpose is to engineer modern businesses to improve everyday life. Cognizant helps businesses across several industries to adopt technologies like AI, cloud, and automation in order to improve efficiency and customer experience. Today we are a Fortune 200 organization and we have a very strong presence in industries such as the banking, healthcare, retail, as well as manufacturing, just to name a few. So in short, we help our clients to modernize technology, reimagine processes, and transform experiences so that they can stay ahead in our fast-changing world. Cognizant focuses on social impact, where we channel our shared purpose by sharing our time, talent, and technology. We build our initiatives around impact that promote digital skills, education, and workforce readiness. In fact, I hope you have enjoyed our session on the GenAI Prompt Engineering Skilling Program, where we shared with you the tools and techniques on how to generate a prompt efficiently in order to help you with the output that you're looking for. We have shared with you relevant use cases related to your presentation that you have done today. I hope you are able to hone this skill and master the art of prompting, as it will be a very essential skill in the AI economy. So here's to wishing you all the best in your presentation today, and I look forward to meet everyone in the future for our skilling programs. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Ram, for that. Next up, we are going to be hearing from Harrison, who is the co-founder of Jalan Journey, who will be sharing more about their work. So Jalan Journey ran a game design workshop with our participants, and over to you, Jalan.
All right. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you guys again. I hope you think of me as a familiar face. I was one of the people who ran the game design workshops actually last year. And so today I'll be just sharing a bit more about what Jalan Journey does, and of course, most importantly, how we can collaborate perhaps. So let me know if you can't see the screen. But essentially, Jalan Journey, for those who don't know, we tackle the problem statement of character education, or CCE, in Singapore, as well as, of course, in the greater Asia Pacific region. So character education, it goes by many different names. Essentially, what it is your non-academic classes, things like teaching about civic virtues, so that's disability inclusion, social inequality, and so on and so forth. So the problem statement we're tackling essentially is that these are mandatory lessons in Asia. I'm sure that some of you have gone through it yourselves being students. And most of the time, we as students don't really remember what are taught in these lessons because they're not taught to the best abilities. And so in this case, that's where Jalan Journey comes in. Essentially, Jalan Journey is a game development company where we develop digital games based on these social and environmental causes. And most importantly, what we're trying to aim for is for people to develop greater empathy through play. So just waiting for the video to load, essentially for the SIF theme, I know it's a climate hack. So what we have is that we have actually created an environment and sustainability themed world full of mini games that teach on topics like recycling, fast fashion, textile waste, and food waste as well. And through all our programs, there's a curated sort of facilitated discussion and reflection program that comes along with it. Besides that, we've also covered games on other themes. So themes like, for example, as disability inclusion, as you can see from the video playing on the screen. We cover topics like autism awareness, intellectual disability, even up all the way to handicap mobility issues as well. And we have covered other themes like social inequality, financial literacy, and mental health. And so why Jalan Journey in a sense? If you have teachers or if you know of anyone who would like to use Jalan Journey, essentially the value that Jalan Journey brings is that you're able to save time through the programs instead of having to go down physically to a location to achieve the same learning outcomes. But most importantly, it also lightens the workload of teachers, and is also a cheaper alternative compared to having on-the-ground learning journeys. And something that's also very important is the fact that a lot of the things you can't do in real life, you can do it in a controlled digital environment on Jalan Journey games. So come and join the community of over 7,000 students across 60 schools in 4 countries that have already been using Jalan Journey. If you'd like to try the product, here you go. You can feel free to scan. And then, of course, this is the recycling game that we have. So I'll just give it a few more seconds before I hop onto the last slide for information. And lastly, I hope everyone scanned it already. Lastly, if you would like to find any of our socials, of course, our email, feel free to reach out. We'll be more than happy to work on collaborative games if you would like to either publicize your course or create a custom product as well. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Harrison. That was really fantastic. Okay, last but not the least, we have Madeline Ortega, who's the founder and executive director of the 1 Hour Project. Now, the 1 Hour Project ran a storytelling workshop as well as a pitch coaching session with our participants. So over to you, Madeline.
Hi everyone. Let me just prep this slide. All right, so happy to be back, and I'm thrilled to be seeing the pitch day for Climate Hack. I hope you guys enjoyed all the presentations. It's an honor to be back and to be part of this initiative. A quick intro about myself. My name is Madeline. I'm founder of the 1 Hour Project. I'm also director of the 1 Hour Project for Business, and I also work as a digital and marketing practitioner at TikTok at the moment, but my experience is largely on advertising and digital marketing. So we are just bringing back since October 2024, the 1 Hour Project has probably been a partner of the Climate Hack program. We kick off with a storytelling workshop in October, equipping the participants here with the skills to effectively communicate their vision. We really hope that you enjoyed that session. And then in the last few months, we've recruited dedicated volunteers from the digital and marketing community to guide some of you on how to craft your projects in a very compelling way and how do you leverage on digital marketing to be more effective in your projects. So I'd like to take a moment to tell you more about our organization, starting with this very, very short video. So you see the spirit of the 1 Hour Project. These are highlights of our 2024 initiatives. Okay, so we are a voluntary organization. We started in 2021. We actually made a decision to support nonprofits in Asia, where it's closer to us. We are based in Singapore, and we help first-time volunteers in their giving back journey. That is mainly a priority, but more and more we're enabling digital and marketing practitioners to apply their skills for social good. Currently, we have 14 nonprofit partners across Singapore, Malaysia, and the Philippines. And we're very much happy to be partnering with organizations like the National Volunteer and Philanthropy Commission to kind of really provide digital and creative training, which is something that we've done in April of last year, where we invited creative and digital and marketing experts to support grown-ups in Singapore. Another thing that we do is really to promote digital marketing for good. We consider this as our superpower. A lot of our volunteers are from the tech and advertising industry, but we're not just focusing on those two. We also want to really promote skilled volunteering at different levels, and we want to leverage the power of just a single hour to support different community initiatives in Asia. So lastly, I want to share as well that the 1 Hour Project has launched our social enterprise. And what we've done is to build a cloud-based program to help companies bring their purpose into action, so you can create, track, and optimize your social impact activities with the help of the 1 Hour Project app. So with that, I wanted to thank everyone who participated in our workshop. Thank you to the organizers for having us in the program, and for everyone in the call. We'd love to collaborate. We'd love to continue to connect. Please find us on LinkedIn and connect with us. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madeline. I love the spirit of the 1 Hour Project, and I'm sure our audience does too. And once again, thank you to all of our partners and volunteers who helped make Climate Hack possible. Next up, enjoy a series of videos from Our Better World, which is the digital storytelling initiative of the Singapore International Foundation. It tells compelling stories of people doing good all over Asia to inspire action for a better world.
city was growing. There was all concrete around us. You know, we thought we have to do something.
One of the most fascinating thing I found out was that it produces 35% more oxygen than equivalent amount of other trees.
We decided, okay, let us go back to Northeast. Let us go back to our villages. We noticed the entire village was using tools and techniques from nature. I dream of seeing a world tomorrow after 10 years where, there are at least million startups all working towards bamboo. That's how the beauty of bamboo is. Once you start working with it, you fall in love with it.
Dulu ya, tidak ada inisiatif kita untuk mengurangi sampah pada sumbernya. Artinya ketika kita menghasilkan sampah, kita angkut, lalu kita buang ke TPA. Tidak ada pemrosesan sebelum yang dibuang ke TPA.
Oh, kita ketemu jalan keluarnya gitu, karena dulu kita nggak tahu sistem.
Ternyata pemisahan adalah kunci bahwa kebiasaan harus dirubah, maka masalah kita tentang sampah maupun di TPA maupun di sumbernya akan cepat sirna.
Kadar kebersihan! Yeah!
Welcome to Free Tree Society. I'd like to give you a little talk about biodiversity, because that's the very, very reason why we exist. We break down the science of climate change to bite-sized bits of info that people can digest easily, and then we give them doable actions like composting, rainwater harvesting, things that they can do. Action is the antidote to despair. We are the biggest decision makers when it comes to the climate crisis. We can choose how to be kinder to our planet. And so please come and join our workshops.
குப்பை விழிப்புணர்வுனா குப்பை அங்கங்கே கொட்டினா நம்மளுக்கு ஆபத்து. குப்பை மூடல் ஒரு கொசு வச்சாவே அது டெங்கு காய்ச்சல் ஆகுது, மலேரியா ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகுது. அதனால் வீடு வீடாக குப்பையை நாங்கள் வாங்கிடுறோம்.
குப்பையை பற்றி முன்னாடி தான் குப்பையை பற்றி அவங்களுக்கு குப்பைனா குப்பை அவ்வளோதான், இது ஒரு நம்ம வேஸ்ட்டு போடுற வேஸ்ட்டு எல்லாம் குப்பையாக போகுது, அவ்வளோ குப்பை குப்பையாக தான் அப்போ நினச்சி. ஆனால் இப்போ என்னன்னா குப்பையை குப்பையிலே இவ்வளோ பிரித்து உரம் தயாரிக்குது, மறுசுழற்சிக்கு அனுப்புறது, அதெல்லாம் எல்லாம் செய்தெல்லாம் குப்பையை அவங்க குப்பையாக இப்போலாம் நினைக்கல. எங்கள் காரைக்காலே நீட்டாக இருக்குது. ஒரே வரியில் சொன்னோன்னா காரைக்காலே நல்லா புதுசாக இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்குது எங்களுக்கு.
We are connected to this forest socially, spiritually, economically.
You can't establish a sustainable forest that survives without the community itself. You have to restore them to becoming the custodians of the forest.
Talaga na ma-experience nila kung ano po yung naranasan ko. Kung wala na po itong kalikasan natin, wala na din po ang mga katutubo.
we think we can afford to throw something away, we just do that. Now, when these go into dumps, what happens is these things start disintegrating. So these toxins leach into the soil, and that leachate then slowly has to get into the water table at some point of time or the other. The actual patient is here. Think of this, a vision where we have been able to repair and reuse and repurpose all these appliances that we are throwing away.
Especially when I can repair the stuff, they are happy, I'm happy too. That's the kind of feeling you money cannot buy.
This is the world-famous Klang River. Last year, it was the world's second largest contributor to marine plastic pollution. I took some time to think about it and create a program that I think would be most effective.
So we go around the river side and then we'll see whatever the rubbish is. We upkeep the river, we beautify the river and maintain the river so to make sure that the river is clean and it provides a clean water source for everybody.
The younger generation is very important in the current narrative. So that's the reason why we invite volunteers to take action, and during the process that is where the awareness will happen.
$77,000 metric tons of trash was harvested from this river.
Forest fire occurred. Almost 8 hectares was damaged.
Malaysia is getting hotter and we're all like seriously suffering.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Now, thank you for your patience, everyone. And the time has finally come to reveal the winning teams of Climate Hack 2024. So we have seen some amazing solutions today, and the level of innovation, creativity, and passion shown by all of our teams has truly been very inspiring. So first, let's start with the People's Choice Award, the winner that you guys have chosen. This special award was entirely in your hands. Your votes, both on social media and live here today, have decided the winner. The team with the most votes combined will be crowned as the People's Choice. I would now like to invite Cheryl from Temporary Local to present this award. Cheryl, please.
Thanks, Rhubarb. Hi, everyone. It's been a while since we last gathered at the climate conference, and it's wonderful to reconnect with all of you and witness the incredible progress you made. The dedication and innovation of this community continue to inspire. And I really have the honor of announcing the People's Choice Award winners. And drum roll, please. And the award goes to EcoVolve. Congratulations to the brilliant mind behind it. Bagila, Ravinder Singh, Hui Javelin Play, Corny, and Ahmad Yassari Zainuri. I sincerely apologize if I mispronounce any names. Your hard work and commitment to sustainability are truly commendable, and let's give them a big round of virtual applause. Congratulations, guys. I'll pass the time back to Rhubarb.
All right, congratulations, team. Just stay on camera because we're going to be taking a group photo. Cheryl, you can stay as well. Okay, and in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. All right, congratulations, team. Okay, a big congratulations to Team EcoVolve for winning the Audience Choice Award. And now, before we announce the top 3 teams, I would like to invite Si-Ting to share some insights from the judges' deliberations that she has been working with on backstage. Si-Ting, please.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. So before we announce the results, I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible work that we all have put into this speech. Well done, everybody. And over the past hours, we have heard bold ideas, creative solutions, and a deep passion for tackling climate change. As judges, their decision was not easy. They evaluated each pitch based on innovation, impact, visibility, and clarity. And every team brought something unique, proving that real change starts with ideas fueled by action. So here are a few remarks from our judges. So while the challenge is on Climate Hack, but our solution should always be focused on human, so that their solution would be more, and it should be more human-centric. And the other point that our judges has also brought out that it's important to showcase your idea, but it's equally important to showcase who are behind your team as well, to showcase where you are right now and the diversity of your team and the people that bring this idea to a success. So the next point that brought up by our judges as well is on the importance of creating a prototype and proving that you have a user who have actually tested your prototype. And that is the only way that you know that your idea and your solution would work and could work. But like I said earlier, today isn't just about winners, it's about the momentum. So whether you take a home prize or not, your ideas have the power to create real impact. So keep pushing forward, refining your solutions and turning them into reality. And now let's review the results.
All right, thank you, Si-Ting. Now on to our top 3 teams. I would like to invite Steffi from Singapore International Foundation's Program Lead from Climate Hack to announce the winning teams. Please note that the announcement of the teams are in no particular order. Steffi, please.
Thank you, Rhubarb. And the winning teams are, drum roll please. First up, we have Econnect. And the team members are Aisha, Sunaina, Sheena, and Helena. Congratulations to Econnect.
Congratulations to you. Can I please request every team member to turn off their videos for a group photo? So we have 2 more team members. Okay, do we have all the team members on the screen? So we're going to be taking a photo in 3, 2, 1. All right, congratulations, eConnect. Now, who's the next team, Steffi?
Drum roll again, please. Next up, we have Sustain Lu. And the team members are Ching Chan, Mavita, Leon, Joseph, and Ashraf. Congratulations to Sustain Lu.
All right, we're going to take a quick photo with all the team members in 3, 2, 1. Please look at the camera. All right, congratulations, Sustain Lu. Steffi, who's our final winner?
Last but not least, congratulations to Sustain IQ. And the team members are Cedric, Marie, Yifang, and Faisal. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrongly.
All right, can I please request all members of Sustain IQ to please turn on your cameras for a group photo? All right, and we'll take a photo in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we'll give the team members another minute to join. All right. Congratulations to Sustain Loop and all of our other winning teams. And these 4 winning teams will visit Singapore on a fully funded learning journey next month from 24th to 28th March to explore innovative initiatives for climate change in Singapore. All right, and with that, let's give a big round of applause to all of our teams over here. I hope that you have gained invaluable learning and experiences, formed new friendships, and that you will continue developing your solutions and skills and apply them to address climate change. Thank you to our esteemed panel of judges, our partners, our volunteers, and our friends for joining us at Pitch Day today. On behalf of Singapore International Foundation, ACTSI, Kidstarter, and Temporary Local, we thank you for your time and contribution to Climate Hack 2024 and towards building a better world. Once again, my name is Rabab, and it was my pleasure hosting you today, and I hope that you have a wonderful day ahead. Goodbye.